Warm welcome to Theo and Chanel. So we've got Tuia today. Tuia ki rongo, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki waho, tuia te here tangata, ka rongo te pau, ka rongo te ao, huye, huye, tai kie. Thank you. Good morning. Kia ora. Kia ora, welcome. Now, we've got a reasonably full agenda today with quite a lot of tabled documents. So this is part of course, the long-term plan all coming together. It's been through the audit process over the last many weeks. And so there will be updates from the agenda that's been issued, but I've got absolute confidence that our team will walk you through and talk you through the documents that are there. I've received no apologies for today's meeting. I don't believe there are any. Nope, I think we're all here. And again, welcome to Theo and welcome to Chanel to the council meeting. It's great to have our youth councillors with us. The order of business will be pretty much as set out, but I'll probably just take the Mayor's report a bit later because I want to get on and get the adoption of the consultation document done. Mr. John Mackie, our auditor, is standing by to do that, but I think we'll just run through the confirmation of the minutes and the recommendations from committees first up, and then we'll go into the probably the adoption of the CD, and then we'll come back and do the other matters. So we'll come back and finish those, come back to the Mayor's report and the status report. So we'll deal with the substantive item early on. All right, so in terms of what we've got in front of us today, we have, as I said, a lot of documents, and I'll just leave those till we get to the long-term plan item to walk you through those. So let's get underway. So first up, any interest to update or make me aware of for the purposes of this meeting? No? Okay, that's great. No public forum today. Confirmation of the minutes from pages 10 through 21 of the agenda. And I'll just ask any corrections to those minutes. Are you happy with those minutes? If you're happy with those, I'm happy to move them as a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now, recommendations from committees, and I'll invite the Chair of the Environment and Climate Committee to present her recommendations to Council. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you. The recommendation is that we approve the operational plan, which is the Nelson Regional Peace Management Plan.
Councillor Fulton, I'll just ask you to start again with your microphone.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I thought I'd press the button. That we approve the operational plan 2021 for the Tasman Nelson Regional Pest Management Plan, specifically as it relates to Nelson City Council's area.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move that.
Moved. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McGurk. Any questions for Councillor Fulton? Any debate? No, in that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. I'll now invite the Chair of the Community and Recreation Committee to present his recommendation to Council. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is in regards to the Community and Recreation fees and charges and removal of rates remission of cemeteries. So recommendation to Council is agrees to consult on the removal of a rates remission policy for cemeteries and agrees that cemeteries remission changes to be consulted on within this long-term plan consultation document.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Edgar, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Skinner? Any debate? No, in that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Right, Mayor's report we'll come back to a bit later on. Status report we'll come back to, and I think we'll just move right on now to get the adoption of the consultation document for the long-term plan underway. So I'll invite group managers to Ms Harrison, Ms McDonald to join the meeting. And Mr Mackie is going to join us now. Good morning, John. Welcome. He's just connecting. Good morning, John. Welcome to our meeting. I'm just inviting Ms Harrison and Ms McDonald, or the team, actually the whole team, Michelle as well, to join the meeting, and they're going to talk us through the documents that have been tabled today. And once we've done that, John, I'll just invite you perhaps to say a few words.
Thank you.
All right, so when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, through the Mayor. First of all, I just draw your attention to two changes in the recommendations for the report today. I think we have those highlighted. Yes, so in recommendation 5, we think that Nelson Region is a better term than district to refer to us. So we've just made that change there. And also now that we have the draft audit opinion, so we're going to receive that. So we've put in a recommendation for that as well. So those are just the two changes to the recommendations. And then our plan was to go through with you this document, which is the change log, and take you through what is different to the documents as they were issued in the agenda or since you had last approved them. So.
All right, and Nikki, is there anything else that you want to just highlight in terms of the table documents? So in front of us today, what's new? We've got that one, the change log.
Yes.
You've circulated it's not the final version. So if you've got this one in front of you, it's not the final version. So Nikki will talk through the changes to that one as we go. And it's because it's still off with the printers. And what else have we got?
Yeah, so we've the colour version, the design is always a little bit lag behind with the changes to the Word version. So they are working on that right now for us. So we'll get that matched to the Word version. You've got a copy of the consultation document handed out this morning, which just has the changes we're going to run through highlighted. So it's easy for you to find.
Okay, so that's what we use. And then you've got the Mayor's Forward. That's got to be inserted as well.
Circulate the Mayor's Forward.
Okay.
And a copy of the updated financial impact statement that was also should have been on your table this morning.
All right, and a copy of the auditor's report opinion. So we've got that as well, and John will speak to that shortly. All right, John, are you happy to wait while we go through the changes, or would you like to speak now in case I know you've got a queue of other things to be doing?
Well, I just need to be free at 9:30, so it's as long as the speaking through the changes isn't going to take more than 20 minutes, that's fine.
All right.
It may do. If I
Right,
could
so John, I think it may do. So let's go to you now. I don't want to keep you waiting because I know you've been working phenomenal hours and I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. So perhaps we'll come to you first just to speak to us about the audit and your opinion.
Thank you. So I just do want to thank the Mayor and CEO and those involved. It's been a challenging process and we've appreciated your cooperation, and it's an achievement to be where we are today. A lot of work's gone into that. So just for the councillors, the expectations for the consultation documents this time round have been stepped up quite a way from what they were from the previous long-term plan. Several key areas were the doability of capital expenditure programs. So there's a reasonable number of councils around the country that will get an emphasis of matter in the paragraph in their audit opinion, which just highlights uncertainty about their capital delivery of their capital program, but that Nelson is not receiving one of those paragraphs. Climate change. So previously councils have looked at it and said, well, we're not going to be doing too much outside the 10 years and haven't done, and so have not significantly addressed climate change in their long-term plans. But Nelson is one of the leaders in this area, so commend you on that. The other key area that's been a focus this time round is asset condition, and we haven't got any significant concerns as regards Nelson City. So when we haven't got the report that will come to the council on the audit of this consultation document, but when it does come, it will there was a few things with asset management plans and the process that we will just highlight some opportunities for improvement. in terms of the consultation document, one of the major changes that occurred between the first draft of the consultation document and what you have now in front of you was additional commentary that was added on the Nelson Future Access Project. So what that's a significant issue, as you were all well aware. So it was important that that was included and that it communicated fairly to the community what the key issues involved are there. So we're satisfied with that. So through this process, it has unfortunately involved additional time. So we will be we'll be analysing our time and seeking to see whether we seek approval from the Office of the Auditor General to negotiate an additional fee recovery. But I'll cover that when we get to not at this meeting, but when the report to council comes through. So just before I can, the process from here is that council needs to adopt this consultation document for consultation, but it also needs to adopt the supporting information and give the mayor authority to sign the letter of representation. So once that happens, then I will sign that draft opinion that you've been circulated to you. But there is one other step in that process. I need to just check with the council members that whether they're aware of any actual or suspected fraud.
Thank you. And you'd like that question is being asked now, John?
Yes, please.
Right. Okay. So just you might want to just repeat that question for the elected members, just so.
Yep. So are they aware of any actual or suspected fraud?
No. All right. Elected members, are any elected member aware of any of the matter that's been raised by the auditor? It's a matter he has to cover off as part of his audit process. I'm getting no indication that anyone has any information in that regard or concerns in that regard, John. So I'm looking around the room. Nope. Councillor Laurie?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was here for this process 3 years ago, and I don't remember being asked that question. Is this a new requirement of councils?
Madam Mayor, if I can answer
Yes,
that.
you can, of course, John.
It's in the auditing standard, so it may have been missed last time around, but we have to cover off the risk that the underlying information could be materially misstated as a result of fraud.
All right. So thank you, John. Councillor Sanson?
Thanks, through the chair. So mine's actually in relation to what John has said to us. So I don't know if now's the time to ask it. It's nothing.
No, that's fine. I just want to cover the fraud. So John, I think the answer on your question is there is no knowledge or concern sitting at this table in regard to fraud. Comes to Councillor Sanson, unless she's got one now. I don't think so. That was actually no.
Thanks very much. Good morning, John. Rachel Sanson here. In your, I guess, preamble to us, you mentioned that there were opportunities for improvement in some of the activity management plans and that you would cover those at some point. I'm just wanting to, and I didn't quite catch when that was going to be presented to elected members.
So we have not drafted the report to council yet. So I'm hopeful that you'll have that before you come to adopt the final long-term plan.
So it's still some months away after we've done consultation with the public.
You're not going to get it in the next week or what. We've got to draft it. It goes to management for comment, and then it will be circulated to the within Nelson City Council.
Okay, thanks
John.
very much, John.
It's not a matter that impacts our decision making today, but it's a process of continuous improvement, and so we really value the feedback that we get from John.
Thanks. I was just wanting to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, John, any other questions for John? No, it's all clear. I think no further questions. So, John, you're welcome to stay on the meeting if you wish. I'll leave that up to you because I know you do have commitments, and I just want to personally thank you for your role in leading our audit process. Thank you for being available to me and the Chief Executive and the team, able to communicate and give advice to help us through that audit process. So, and please pass on our thanks to all of your team. I know they've worked long hours. It's been a very tough process for Audit New Zealand this year. Having the border closed has made it extremely difficult because you've only got so many people all at the same time trying to audit long-term plans around New Zealand, along with a lot of other documents that Audit New Zealand covers. So thank you very much for your support for our process.
Thank you, and I will pass it on.
Thank you. All right, I'll hand back to Nikki and we'll start to work through the document.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Changes.
So we will work through the change log, which was handed out this morning, and we'll start first of all looking at the changes to the consultation document. So probably the easiest document to be referring to is the highlighted consultation document that you received this morning. So in your change log, we've stuck to agenda pages throughout so that it doesn't get confusing. They're all agenda pages, but obviously this is not part of your agenda. This is a new document. So if we start on page 10 of this document, you'll see the mission statement, which you discussed in workshops, is there, and it's "We shape an exceptional place to live, work and play." So it used to say "we leverage resources," but that's been changed. And if you turn to the next page, which is page 11, partnership with iwi and Māori, you see we've just highlighted throughout, we've now put in the links through to the Shape Nelson website. So I won't keep drawing your attention to those, but all of those web links are now being inserted. So just stop me if anything is not clear. On page 12, you'll see that Te Matatini, the date has just been corrected to 2026. And then we come to the first of the key issues, which is climate change. So on that first page, page 14, we've just changed the order, put central government near at the beginning, just made more sense in terms of the order. And we've got the reference for the Climate Commission. Then if we turn over the page, you'll see that we've just, on page 15, changed the order of Civic House. We thought that that flowed better. And the heading is not just how we will live, but how we will live and work. If we turn the page again to page 16, you'll see what are the alternatives highlighted. So Audit asked us to put this in for all of those key issues just to make it very clear for the community when they're looking, where can they look to get the other options. So you'll see that throughout. And also we've added in the key issue box that this is Council's preferred option, just to make it clear, and added mitigation and adaptation. Then we come into the key issue around COVID-19 on page 18. We've just made a change down the bottom there where we've taken out our sentence and we've used one that is actually part of the NRDA document, which we said the same thing but rather better. And we've put that at the end of towards the end of the paragraph where it fitted. So it's just the same concept, but we thought better worded by NRDA. Then we're on to debts versus rates, which is page 20. One little change there where we've inserted financial, so financial supporting information, just to make that clearer. And then if we turn over to page 21, there's some changes there on debt to revenue and so on. This was requested by Audit just to make it even clearer to the community because it is quite a difficult concept to get your head around. So we had a bit of rewording with Audit to make that clear. Then we can turn the page to page 22 and you'll see there's just a correction to the figure there, 2312 million. And then we are on to the city centre. First page of that, page 24, you'll see we've put emissions reduction adaptation, again, just making clear that we're looking at both those aspects of climate change, making sure that that full picture is there for the community. And if we flip over to page 25, you can just see a few little changes there in terms of options around the central city spend. We've got that 110,000 figure there. We actually had slightly the wrong address there for the Science and Technology Precinct. And then down the bottom, we've got another change around explaining the cost and the impact clearly. Then we move on to community facilities and partnerships, just a little change on page 27. I think it used to say your vision for the library, and we've changed it to what you told us, which is a better reflection of it being a consultation engagement process. And then if we flip over, we've got on page 28 in the box around Climatorium, we've just taken the wording from our agreement with Lemvig and the other partners, because that was a better reflection of the range of things that the Climatorium will be looking at.
Nikki, I'm just going to take you back to page 25.
Yeah.
And you've used a different format there. Well, down the bottom, you've got have your say exclamation mark, whereas the other ones say key issue.
That one isn't singled out as a key issue.
Okay, so that's why.
Yes, just to
Okay.
sort of differentiate us. I know that's a bit subtle, but
That was the reason. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
And there's a couple of other ones like the sex
Yes,
sport. So
a couple of-
that's why.
a couple of
thank
little
you.
ones, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You can just skip over the pictures of the library. We've got more updated ones from the architects, which are going in the design version, but we haven't changed those in the Word version. And I think we should be on to page 31. We've got some changes there around Riverside precinct flooding risk, just some rewording from our staff to make that very, very clear to the community, because it's such an important part of this. So you'll see on that page we've made some changes, hopefully clarifying. And then down the bottom under our options, just again calling it our preferred option. We called it a proposal before. We're just trying to keep clear wording in those option sections.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Nikki. Just a question on the change of timing for the repayment of the library going from 40 to 65 years. I don't recall any conversation about that. Maybe you could give us an update on that.
So through the chair, the 40, so the 65 years is the period that it's depreciated over. So that is the average life of the asset. I think at the meeting that we were talking about, we were saying the core building's at least 75 years, but there'll be components of it that are shorter. So it was actually just completely misquoted in there.
Thank you. If we go over the page 32, it's that same issue there, 65 years is corrected. And then on page 33, we're just correcting the macrons there in Wakatu. And I'll just say that second Wakatu, we're going to put Wakatu Incorporation. So it's Wakatu Incorporation both times. We're just going to fix that. If we move to page 36, that's the start of the housing affordability and intensification section. So we had some information about median rents, but in fact, in discussion with the Mayor, we think that affordability is actually what we're talking about, and that's what we should be showing. So we have managed to source some better infographics there. So there's going to be a graph showing affordability over time and one comparing us to national average. Yeah, great, thank you. And then over the page, we've got page 37. Just some clarification around there about delivering again to our climate objectives, which we thought was a better way to explain it to the community. And at the top of the next page, we had medium density housing. It's really higher density housing it should be, so we've made that change, and carbon mitigation. Now we're into the environment section on page 41. We've just added some wording there around glyphosate, knowing that it's a particular concern of the community, and we wanted to reassure and explain what we are doing. So we've put a paragraph in there. And if we go to infrastructure
Question
project.
from councillor Laurie.
Thanks. I've actually got two through the mayor. The glyphosate section, was that included as a result of events of last week? Was that the trigger for us including that in this document?
Yes, we didn't have it in. It doesn't naturally crop up under a key issue, but we thought, given there's this concern, it would be a good time to actually message to the community what we have done, because we have done quite a lot in that space, and hopefully that will reassure those who are concerned.
That is good to hear. Thank you. Another question, just backing the truck up a little bit.
I probably have a different view on that, councillor, than the officers. So that, and I just because this was a discussion that, as I wasn't at this workshop where you talked about all the weeds and the other issues, when I got the full what was involved and we were looking at options, which was the issue that Mr. Mackey was really clear on. He wanted to make sure that when we took through this, we talked about all the options. And so when I got the full, tell me what's there, to go, well, why are we having this, you know, what were the steps, then actually that was the subject of that. So that certainly had triggered the thinking to ask the conversation, but actually what it stems from is the work that you had done as a council to get to that point. So it doesn't come just as, you know, last piece. It actually came out of the officers' work, but it hadn't been included. So it certainly stimulated that conversation.
So that was my question. My question was, has this information been included as a result of the events of last week? And it sounds like it has.
Well, it's triggered the full thing to go in. So
And
that's
that's
okay,
what I was
Councillor Skinner.
Yeah, my response is this is something we'd already discussed. This is not new. This is something we've been doing over the last number of years, and we've had long workshops on it. It wasn't something I would have thought needed to be in there, but it's good it's in there for those who didn't realise we were already doing it, already done that work, a lot of those trials. And it's something we've made very clear over the last 3-4 years and even 2 years that it's something we will be continue to improve on. So I think there's a little bit of mismatch of information here as if this is something new. This is something we're already doing. And it's good that we're re-putting it in there for those people who didn't realise this is something that's already been undertaken and further improving.
And through the chair, it does indicate the work that will be happening in the LTP period around the glyphosate policy. So that is relevant for the long-term plan.
So, I think it's fantastic that the protesters' voices have been heard and that we have this information included in the document. I think it's a really positive thing for us to do. I've got another question if that's
Councillor,
okay.
I'm just going to say to you, what would have been even more positive is that when the protesters contacted you, that you remembered this and told them we were doing that work. So that would have been even more useful. Councillor Rainey.
Actually, I haven't finished. I've got another question. Yeah, I've got another question. Yeah, interesting comment. So I could actually say quite a lot about that comment, Madam Mayor, but I'm not going to because I'd quite like to move the meeting forward. But I think it was a pretty unusual thing that you just said. So my next question relates to page 34, which is involves this graphic of the library, which is great. And I think there's going to be a lot of interest in this image because obviously a lot of people have been talking about the library. Oh, I'm on a different document. Can we get to this? Can I talk about this?
To say something about the.
I know that. Can I go back to that?
No, we're on a different document. I'm going to go to Councillor Rainey because are you on this page, Councillor Rainey? Thank you.
I don't want to talk about that at all. I want to talk about something else. Is that all right?
So we're sticking on this document and working our way through this document. Is that right? Yes. Okay, great. All right. So Councillor Rainey, so we
Okay, can I just talk about page 35 in the document that we're looking at?
Oh, yes, we've gone past that, right.
34,
okay.
sorry.
Yep,
regarding the Sea Sports building, my question is, would it be prudent to have a little bit of further clarification in that first paragraph? For, the last sentence or the second last sentence says, for this option, council's initial outlay will be 6.7 funded through debt with ongoing interest of approximately 184 per year. There will be no impact on rates as the marina account is a closed account. Would this potentially leave us open to having a submission from every single boat, person who has a boat in the marina saying, well, why are we covering the cost of the interest on the Sea Sport building? Because I'm presuming there's going to be recoveries from rental. I'm presuming. Otherwise, we are going to get a lot of submissions from boaties who have boats in the marina saying, why are we covering the costs of the interest on $6.7 million on this new bill? I think it's something just to consider anyway.
I'll go to Ms Harrison. I think we've got it right though.
So through the chair, yes, I think it's the most transparent to actually state that it is actually being funded through the closed accounts. I don't think there's a direct linkage between the Sea Sports building and the marina fees. I don't think there's a formula that basically says the marina fees go up by that amount because of that thing, but it is not funded from general rates.
Yes, and I think that is.
I completely understand, and I agree. I don't know that every person who has a boat moored in the marina will understand that, and will have a lot of submissions on that point. So just potentially some clarification might be needed.
I think Councillor Rainey, so who's here from our communications? So we need to just note that, Kim, and engagement team need to note that as well. We've got an engagement note, not today. So just in terms of the communications engagement, Councillor Rainey's just, when we go to work through this, we just need to think about, thank you, Councillor Rainey. Excellent. Councillor Noonan.
Since that sits in the marina, I do have a sort of a query on that. So what are we asking for then? Because I think it's important, it's absolutely essential that it's stated that it's coming from the closed account, because there is already a debt there of 7 million, and we're going to add to that debt in that closed account. The other alternative is that we add it onto rates. So, you know, that's the reason why it's sitting here, and we do need to get some feedback. I think it's important that we actually hear whether that's okay or whether it's not okay. So as long as that's clear, I'm comfortable that we've made it as transparent as possible in the document. So thank you to the staff for that. But yeah, I think we need to have a really good understanding of what's being said.
Yes, well, that's why it's there, as we said, really clear in the blue box, highlighted, right. We'll go back to, where were we up to, Nikki? Page 44, the infrastructure projects. So on that first page, it looks like a big change, but in fact what we've done is take out that paragraph that's scored through. The first sentence is now top of the paragraph before, and the last sentence is at the bottom. And the middle sentence we felt was repeating material that was already in the middle there. So it's just a tidy up of wording. And then if we go over the page, we've just popped in pipeline to make those renewals clear. And we've got one figure that's uninflated. So just a reminder that throughout the consultation document, we're dealing with inflated figures, which is a bit confusing because in all of our preparatory work, it's uninflated, but we're required to inflate over the 10 years. So the community can see exactly what the real cost will be at the time. But that's an uninflated figure, so we had to make that. So Nikki, does everyone follow that one? Because this is going to be quite important. It is actually quite confusing when you first pick it up, because some of you have sent questions going, but that's not what's showing in the spreadsheet. So did we all follow that? So it might be worth just going through that again, I think, Nikki, just to explain why you do that.
So through the chair, the LTP document and numbers that we publish need to be inflated, and through the assumptions process, we talked about what those inflations assumptions would be, and we used LGCI as an indice for inflating it. So when we start with the asset management plans, we tell the staff, because it's not up to them to make the assumptions around inflation, we just tell them to do everything as if it was in today's money, and then the system basically go through and inflate it. So earlier in your workshops, you would have been talking uninflated numbers, but as they appear in the document, they become inflated by the LGCI.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Just following on from that. So is there something somewhere in the information where people can see the assumption so they can, I mean, if they're really interested, is there something somewhere is stated year on year maybe what the differences are?
So through the chair, it's in the assumptions document. It has the LGCI and CPI numbers
in the CD that it's inflated.
Oh, so through the chair, you were wanting to know that.
I'd expect it to be in the back documents, not the front ones, but
yeah,
if somebody was really interested.
Yeah, the numbers are all in
they can see which years have been adopted and what the assumption each year has been. Is that how it works year
yes,
on
through
year?
the chair, it's got a 10-year
Great.
Sort of.
That's fine. If they're really interested, they can go find it.
Okay, page 44. So I think we've finished there and we're over onto page 46.
just some tidying up in that top paragraph. That figure has come out. It's a very difficult figure to calculate to be absolutely sure because you're pulling it from across the document. So we've decided not to try and do that. Further down, just some wording around Nelson Future Access. And this was something that we worked on quite a lot, Alex team and audit. So you'll see there's some changes there on 46 and 47. Just getting word. Yes, I just want to be sure. Quick, Councillor Eka.
Yeah, I've just got a question on the NFA changes on page 47. Just want to make sure that the phrase improving safety and encouraging active travel encompasses, I guess, accurately enough everything that funding that we've got as a placeholder is set to achieve. I thought there was some, look at maybe intersections for some flows or things like that as well. So just want to make sure the wording as accurately as we can describes the work that that placeholder funding is seeking to achieve.
So through the chair, we worked long and hard on these words, and we felt that improving safety and encouraging active travel encompasses virtually everything that we do. So we're fairly happy with those words. Yes.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Well, actually, I'd like to drill into that a little bit more because that came in very, very late in the piece. So I only saw those words yesterday for the first time. So what actually does it cover? Does it include intersection improvements? What sort of things is it? What would it be? Because I must admit, I'm still up to us in the office. I'm still struggling with the fact that, and I know we've landed on this, but I'm struggling with the fact that you haven't got the NFA detailed business case back, but yet we're putting in funding for something that where we haven't got the program business case, detailed business case there. I know there's been a long conversation with audit back and forwards on this, so I'd need to have a better idea of actually what does this mean. Is it improving our cycle, our shared pathway network, or what is it intended to be, or is it just a bundle of money? Because what I don't want to end up with is a situation where we think it's, and the public think it's one thing, elected members think it's something else, and staff think it's something else. So we all need to understand what we're talking about.
So, through the chair, I think this is complicated by the fact that, as you say, we haven't, or Waka Kotahi hasn't advanced the NFA business case, and we're in a timing issue. So we have put in a placeholder, and audit also required, and if I can also just attract your attention to that last line, we've actually been a little bit more overt in terms of what the placeholder funding is, 30.2 million, and we've also linked it to the funding assistance rate, the subsidy that we're going to get from Waka Kotahi. So we're in a situation where we don't know, we can't really preempt what the exact projects are, but we know that there will be something and that they will go towards improving safety and encouraging active travel. And encouraging active travel, as alluded to throughout the document, includes footpaths, includes modal shift, includes active transport, includes public transport, a whole range of things. At this moment in time, we just don't know what those are. If you want us to work on more specifics, but improving safety and encouraging active travel covers a wide range of intersection details, footpaths.
All right, so
cycleways.
Okay, so Alec, I'm now even more confused because in that list you have public transport. Is public transport active travel?
No, it's a modal shift.
So is it in, or is public transport one of the contemplated spends out of that money? Or supporting, but is it better bus stops? What are we dealing with here? I might just take a very brief pause for the officers to have a conversation about this, because this is the one where we need to be very clear on what we're telling the public. I don't want to rule things out. Take a brief adjournment, grab a cup of tea.
Yes, we were texting. Right, we're going to get underway. Just ask all elected members to join the meeting again. Skara and Matt, would you mind, we're just back in the meeting session, so if you could come back to the meeting, or if you want to have a conversation with Skara, then pop outside, Matt, that would be great. All right, so we're away again, back to this page. Alec, we just want to cover off first the concepts that are, or the types of things that are within safety and active, what that means.
So through the chair, yes, so to clarify that the placeholder funding is aimed at whatever we do to improve flow and safety. So for example, that will include work at specific intersections. We don't know where those specific intersections are because we are awaiting on the outcome of the NFA business case. But we do know that when that work is undertaken, that whatever is undertaken at those intersections, whatever that may be, signalised intersections, etc., will address safety as a criteria, but also the flow through that intersection. It does not include things like priority lanes, etc., because we don't know we can't preempt what's coming out of the NFA business case, but it may improve, it would certainly consider things like giving buses, for example, priority over those intersections through whatever design mechanisms, as well as the safe transfer of people on bicycles and through walking.
Okay.
So to clarify that,
All right,
yes.
thank you. That's really helpful. So there may be technology, signalling that you can get the sequencing working better, so that sort of thing. But we're not talking at this stage because we don't have the detailed business case.
That's correct. Yep.
All right. Now there's a couple of other changes here. I'm going to go to Councillor Fulton first. Then I'll come to Councillor
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would, as these words have just come to us recently, I would just like to suggest that in the second paragraph down, that where it reads that outcomes will reflect initiatives that work for everyone by identifying an investment program that supports the community's aspirations for a thriving city centre, healthy environment, and responds to our climate objectives. So I'd like just to remind everyone that part of our transport response is around climate change. And in the last sentence down, we are providing a long-term 30-year safe, accessible and resilient transport system that supports economic prosperity and meets the diverse needs of our community rather than continued economic growth.
All right, so we'll just take that.
Page 47.
47. So you set 47 under NFA paragraph 1 to the bottom of the second paragraph, and we need to reflect just the headline words, which the words were economic prosperity, and were in the other headlines in the RLTP. So that's
so through the chair, we're happy with economic growth becoming economic prosperity because that aligns with the RLTP.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Excellent.
And then you're happy to add in the climate
Yes.
objectives.
Can I just clarify that? Sorry, I was actually just on the wrong page, Councillor Fulton. Where you reflected, you said the second paragraph where you wanted. Which page is that?
It's on page 47.
Right.
And it's the sentence above the sentence around economic prosperity. It's the sentence about the community. So
the outcomes will reflect initiatives that will
right,
everyone by identifying an investment program that supports the community's aspirations for a thriving city centre, a healthy environment, and
responds to our climate.
Happy with that, yeah.
Okay.
Gareth has just shown me those words. So I'm happy with that.
Climate, what was it? Our climate objectives,
which
brilliant.
covers off mitigation and adaptation.
That's a good improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Councillor Noonan, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarity over some wording that was deleted, which was in that yellow highlighted, about third paragraph from the bottom. And the words making best use of existing infrastructure has been deleted. And I just wondered about the reasoning behind that, please.
So through the chair, I'll address that. There was a little bit of confusion. Audit gave us some feedback that they felt that sentence was a bit confusing. They thought it meant the ongoing operation and maintenance of our network, which in fact it doesn't. That's why we've changed the wording. What we were signalling there was this is not about adding capacity to the network, it's about using our existing network more efficiently. And although taken out of the consultation document and changed to those words, it's expanded on more in the activity summary.
And to aid, if you look on page 46 to in consultation with audit, we've added in those words in yellow, funding for the ongoing routine operations and maintenance of our cities. So that was a clarification.
Thank you. That's very helpful. In case anybody asks, and they may.
Deputy Mayor? Yes, so just wondering if we should add, because also taken out with the words public transport, and whether encouraging active travel, public transport, is actually part of that, or whether we should specifically state it.
Through the chair, so the public transport improvements are a separate budget to the NFA placeholder. So it's in the consultation document, but not under Nelson Future Access Project.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was stated earlier that that included public transport. Thank you.
It was, but it doesn't. If that makes sense. So we just got that clear. It's not public transport within there. Okay, that's fine. Now, to the elected members, just before we come off these pages, so there was quite a discussion with audit around these pages to make sure that we had clearly articulated the environment that we're operating in, that there have been significant delays in terms of Waka Kotahi's delivery of this project. So they wanted us to be really clear about that. And also, if you have a look at page 46, you'll see that there is the commentary near the bottom of that page around these significant programs that are already underway with Waka Kotahi around New Zealand, and the fact that those programs will require more than 90% of the anticipated revenue from the National Land Transport Fund just to meet existing commitments. So we're making it, and we were asked to make it very clear about the financial situation at Waka Kotahi's end and the delays, and we've included the statement in here, which I think is page 40, well, yes, 48, is it, Pat? Yeah, second paragraph, that in the event that council, so we have to say that we're mindful that any improvement measures implemented on arterial roads over the next 10 years are also like to provide benefits to the state highway. We will be having a conversation or advocating for consideration of the VAR rate of what that should be for our region. And we've also made it clear that it would be unaffordable for Nelson to undertake this work without significant Waka Kotahi funding support. So if Waka Kotahi want to achieve the outcomes of the national policy statement in our region, we are going to need some funding from them to do that. So if we want to get those really important safety, active transport, all the other objectives that are sitting there, then we do need funding from Waka Kotahi to do this. So yes, we will put our fair share on behalf of the ratepayers, but we also need Waka Kotahi's fair share to be coming into our region, and recognising that if they're not going to make state highway improvements, then actually our roads are going to be, and our networks, all of our networks are going to be carrying part of that load. So we need to just have that conversation around that. Okay, so that's quite a conversation with John Mackey, and he was, so we've spent quite a bit of time on this, and he wanted to make sure that our public fully understood where we are at. So that's why you've got quite a bit of commentary in here. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering whether we might be able to include in the opening paragraph of that part of the document the fact that this study started in 2015, and I believe millions of dollars have been spent, and still we find ourselves in this position where we don't know what's happening. And we're having to put in our LTP document that, maybe 10 years we may not see any action. I think it's really important for the people who read this to understand the context. And if there is an opportunity to add that the NFA that started in 2015, I think that would be useful to the readers of this document. It would also make a good
Go to the
point.
Chief Executive.
So there was a preliminary business case. This project is the detailed business case, and that started after I arrived. So this, I think, started in 2018, I think, is because I remember going to meetings setting up the scope in 2018. So no, this is not the 2015 project.
Oh, I appreciate that, but it started, the whole body of work, the bigger body of work started in 2015. It was called the Nelson Southern Link study or something like that. And then it has changed. The point is, this work has started in 2015, this research started in 2015, and we still don't have any direction. And I think Nelsonians should know that.
I just want to be very clear on this, and Pat's saying, no, this is 218. This is the project that we're working on now that we started. Can we just have some clarity on this? I also, Councillor Laurie, think we've got the regional land transport plan that has all the detail around this. And I think today we can do minor changes as I've emailed out to you. We had all of Tuesday set aside for elected members to come in with these matters to raise. We were here all afternoon waiting for most people came in. So I really want to keep this moving along, but just clarify on that. Point.
So through the chair, the Chief Executive is correct. What we're referring to here is the detailed business case for the Nelson Future Access, which started in around 2018. I think what Councillor Laurie is referring to is that this whole the whole project has a long history behind it. I'm unsure. I think the words encapsulate clearly where we are, and I'm unsure going back 10 or 15 years is going to add anything to the commentary.
I know these words have gone through a lot of work with audit, and I think at this point, this isn't the time to be making substantive changes. I'm comfortable with the changes that Councillor Fulton has raised because they better align and they are the wording that's used in the RLTP, and I'm comfortable the other one is fine, but I think that's about as far as we go today, and 218 is the appropriate date, so I'm happy with that. Councillor McGirt.
Anthony, Madam Chief. Is the wording in this draft document, have they been socialised with Waka Kotahi? Do we know?
Yes, I sent them a copy of the words some days ago. It starts to get a bit of a blur, but yes, they have seen the amended words and have one comment, but they understood that we had to be more specific about the challenges we were facing.
Okay, we'll keep moving on.
Okay, so if we go over the page to page 48, just a few little odds and ends of corrections there you can see, and then down the bottom under My Tahi Bayview, just making it very clear that decisions on a plan change will not be made through the LTP, so that's clear to submitters about the process.
Thank you.
And then if we go to infrastructure strategy on page 50, you'll see there's quite a few additions there that audit wanted more information. So most of that yellow text has been added at their request.
Okay, thank you.
Your section. Yeah.
And anything further?
So through the chair, I'm now on page 54, which is the next change, and it's in the section Our Approach to Rates. This change is just in response to audit and is consistent with the language in other parts of the consultation document, just really referring to our financial strategy. Through the chair, the next changes are really just around references to links. Looking at the next change really is in the new company model for the airport and the port, which is page 63 of the document. We've changed the date when the final decision will be made, because that it will be made before the 30th of June. There's links to documents. And then when we get into the options on page 64 and 65, we've changed the language here to be a little more consistent with elsewhere in the document. So earlier on in the document, we're basically going through our options as opposed to alternatives. So we've just really changed the language to be more consistent with how it flows in the rest of the document. There's just a bit of tidy up wording, and we've also made it clear which of the port's preferred option and which is the airport's preferred option.
Questions, Councillor Courtney and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Nikki. I'm delighted you've made those changes. You've highlighted the preferred option as far as the port company is concerned. That's excellent. And then you've highlighted here the airport company's preferred option. Because quite frankly, I want to ask you, I just think we could be on the cusp of an injustice here. New information has come to hand that I wasn't aware of. And I want to ask you, your judgment on this, whether we should withdraw this. I know it's a big ask, but we're in the business here around this table, all of us genuinely trying to build trust. And I sense from the dialogue that's been had very recently, some of it I wasn't aware of, is that the airport company might feel that they haven't been heard sufficiently, and they deserve to be, Nikki. So would it be, I mean, it's a fairly large ask, but nevertheless, would you like to comment on that? Could we remove it out of here and do it as a separate item altogether? Once better dialogue, more consideration has been given.
I'll go to the Chief Executive just in terms of matters. So Councillor Courtney, I do understand. I think we were going to have a bit of a discussion about this as we go through, but we'll do it now. It's fine.
So the staff, the strong view of Nelson City Council staff and Tasman District Council staff, because this is a joint consultation, is that we should still proceed with this and hear what the public have to say. It's clear that the port has one preferred option and the airport has the other preferred option. And after listening to both cases, the staff view is that what we're putting up is the best option for the two councils. So no, we don't think we should stop now that we're this far down the process. We have the two councils aligned. We're both adopting our consultation documents today. Let's hear what the public have to say, and let's hear also what the port has to say in terms of a right of reply. And then the two councils can make a coordinated decision about which is the best way to go. But there's been a lot of time and effort to get to this place. There's a potential for some significant savings, and we would like to be able to explore this.
Thank you. I might just follow up respectfully to the Chief Executive through you, Madam Mayor. You possibly weren't the most recent communication I was part of. I got the clear impression that one party felt they hadn't been listened to. And, you know, for democracy, and to some extent, they were brave in saying it, but to some extent, they were. Nothing worse than a group of people feeling powerless that they're not being listened to. And our job around this table is to bring it to your attention. And that's why I ask for it to be removed and have a separate look at it. But anyway, if you're happy and the staff are happy, I have to be guided by that.
Well, I'll just test it in terms of having adequately explored, discussed all of the options. I think there were many meetings working through this. I just want to check with Chief Executive. Ms Harrison was deeply involved in those. Just from is there anything that you think in terms of that materiality that we're missing at this point, or are you feeling like we've got everything we need to move forward on this?
Perhaps I'll make an overarching comment, and then perhaps Nikki, if can pitch another of this detail. So I think there's a difference between not being listened to and not being agreed with. I think those are two different things altogether. The port has a preferred option. The airport has a preferred option. We, as officers of the council, prefer the port's preferred option, and the airport has a view on that. But that is not us. There has certainly been enough meetings and conversations where we are in no doubt on the airport's view.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think we've
I'll just finish speaking, Councillor Fulton, and I'll come to you. So I think that I think it's appropriate that we have made these amendments to the documents. I think it's important that we overtly state that the Ports Board prefers one option, the Airports Board prefer another option. I think that's very clear for the public. And I think just for clarity, when we're going out with a statement of proposal, it would be most unusual for, at this stage, at the point we send something out to the community, for the elected body to alter, if we had advice to say this is clearly from both independent groups of council officers to say, we recommend to you that this is the preferred option, to, at this stage in a consultation, select another option. We'd have to have really good reason for doing that. That doesn't mean that, so this is a very genuine consultation, so it's setting out, and we can't put in two options. So just for clarity, we can't go, well, in a statement of proposal, you have to have a proposal. So you can't have a series of options without indicating the proposal you're consulting on. So we know that we have to follow that. But that, when we get to our deliberations, any one of these options is open to us to select. And that will depend on what we're given through the submissions. My preference, strong preference, is that we hear from our community, because what I do know is that from both boards, they are very clear that they see benefits out of a holding company proposal. They just have different ways of approaching that issue. So neither board said to us, leave it as it is. Both boards said, yes, they can see some benefits in some holding companies. So I think that's where we need to start today. Councillor Edgar, and then Councillor Full.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't find the pages within the main agenda for the supporting documentation that will go on our website, but I just wanted to make sure that there's going to be consistency, because there has been interchange in the documents between calling option A option 1 and option B, option 2, especially in the tables, and then also the ordering of them, because sometimes the status quo, I think, has been first option, especially within the tables. I'm sorry, I can't find the pages at the moment, and vice versa. So I think we just need to make sure that when people read this and they have in their head option 1 or A, they go to the supporting document and they're looking at the exact same thing.
So through the chair, yes, what councillors see in front of them as the options within the CD are the way that they'll be referred to in the same order, and the letters in the supporting documentation.
Great, so that'll be updated to reflect the consultation
document will be updated to reflect the CD, and thank you for picking up the confusion there. So we will use A, B, C, D in the order that they are in this document.
Wonderful, and we'll convey that to Tasman District Council as well. Wonderful, thank you very much. Councillor Fulton.
I just have a couple of questions. Firstly, why don't we call them options 1, 2, 3 and 4? People generally remember numbers better than letters, and in our library layout we have them numbered as options. I'm just curious why you've switched to A, B, C and D, and whether it could be 1, 2, 3 and 4.
I have a strong bias towards numbers myself, but I was trying to be balanced in newsletters.
It just feels a little odd that with the library one we use numbers, and with this one we use letters. I think we need to be consistent. My next question is at the bottom of page 65. It says further information on the benefits and disadvantages. Costs are outlined in the table below, but I can't find the table.
So through the chair, I think that just needs to be deleted and referred to the supporting document. I don't know. I think the wrong sentence has been crossed out there. Through the chair, that should have been the sentence that was crossed out and the supporting document. So I think the two need to be read together, and I think it needs to be clear that the supporting document's on their website.
Good spotting, Councillor Fulton.
So why would we not? I guess when I read the library proposal, it very clearly sort of puts the advantages and disadvantages into the table itself, and it's quite long. It's quite a long section of what are our options, and it reads really well. It's very clear that there's advantages and disadvantages of each option, whereas when I read page 64 and 65, it's hard for me to understand what are the advantages and disadvantages of each option. And I appreciate you can go to supporting material to find that, but generally the public don't do that. They haven't got time and they're busy people. And my preference is that that is more clearly articulated within this consultation document itself. It might mean that the airport perceives that they have been listened to. And so my final question is, why do officers prefer option A over option C? Because that's not clear to me when I read this document either.
So through the chair, the way that we've approached this is that it does have supporting documentation. That's different from the library. The whole proposal was in the CD. And I think if someone is interested in this topic, they will go to the supporting document, and we need to make that clear. So I think it would clutter up the CD too much if we had too much more information in there. And we want to be as consistent as TDC as possible, with TDC as possible.
Okay.
In terms of the preferred option, that went to council on the December the 18th.
So, okay. Yeah.
And council made the decision as well about the preferred option. So we've already made that decision.
I know we did, but it's not. When I read this, I have to go back to that paper to find that information, I guess. And I just feel a little bit like, having heard from the airport this week, I still read this and feel there's little in option C to make me think, oh, this is a good option as well.
So councillor, I think if you go and read the supporting documentation, it'll remind you what was there. And that is, as Ms Harrison said, as we've resolved in December, that this would be the councils, both councils have said that's their the option that's going out as the proposal at this stage for consultation. Who was next on my list? Councillor Noonan. Councillor Noonan, then Councillor Sensen, I think.
Look, just relating to taking back to the airport and the fact that the Ministry of Transport owns a Kiwi share, and I just wonder have we got an explanation somewhere of how the shareholding works?
Through the chair, we have considered whether it would be worth putting anything in there, but it's such a historical sort of hangover. I don't think it's really that relevant, so it's not actually included in the documentation.
So given we're talking about shareholdings and companies and how it works, I just wonder whether maybe a short explanation for those of us that might be asked, or that public might ask about that, just to explain, because we're talking about 50-50, but it's not really. But yes, you're right, it is a very historical thing, but maybe just the staff need to be prepared in case somebody asks.
So through the chair, I'll send out an email to councillors around the background of how it evolved.
That'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Sensen.
Thank you, through the chair. So I've got a few questions, and sorry that I thought we were going through the whole document, and so I've been waiting. But back on page 10, in the COVID orange box, it says in this midway through the second paragraph, a reorientation of social funding to communities of greatest need aim. Is that the Community Investment Fund? Is that what it's referencing? Oh, okay, so I'm looking at the coloured document, the coloured consultation document that we got emailed through.
So we're going to work off the coloured one.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
Coloured consultation document.
Oh, so Councillor Sensen, can I just work out for your questions, you want to use the coloured one rather than
the print one? No problem. I'm referencing the
coloured one.
The coloured consultation document that we got sent through last night.
Okay. When did it get sent through, Nikki, the coloured one?
Yes, it was circulated last night. There were copies at the drop-in session, and they've also been handed out this morning again.
Okay, so they still, and just remember, these haven't captured, the ones you've got today still don't have the changes that we noted.
That's fine. I've noted those. My questions aren't where they are about that. I've got those changes.
No, it's just that was a comment for all of the elected members, because the ones that were here for the drop-in sessions will be looking at this going, but my change isn't there. So you
just be aware that your changes are still not there. So back to Councillor Sanson. So page 10.
Thanks. Yeah, page 10 of the design consultation document, the orange box. So my question is, it says a reorientation of social funding to communities of greatest need. Does that refer to the Community Investment Fund? Okay, and can someone recall how much that is per annum? Was it about 160 or something? No, I'm not sure. Okay. The next one is page 19.
So hang on, can we just get an answer to that one? Andrew, Mr. White.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the Community Investment Fund reprioritisation that committee has been working through over the last month or so.
And how much is that per annum, the Community Investment Fund? Just given that this is a wellbeing budget, I just want to, because it's not referenced anywhere.
Yeah, without giving specific, my recollection is it's around 300,000 over 3 years.
So about 100,000 per annum.
No, I don't think so. No, it's more than that.
Yeah, I thought it was.
It's part of the, so in terms of the focus in the AMP, I just want to go back to the focus. Oh, it's a shame Mr. Mark Preston Thomas isn't here. So he brought up the new activity management plan, and it took quite a different approach across the whole activity management plan from memory. Where's the, I think that's the case, that the new community, we went through it. So the whole thing, it's beyond just this community investment fund. It's the whole thing is focused around, had a focus around.
Just that I feel like in this document, it's not really clear how much money that actually is. Like we do have amounts for other areas that we're focusing on, yet for the actual communities of greatest need, which we're focusing on, it's not clear how much we're actually allocating. So it's just, it would be good to have clarification.
So probably just to help, just in answering that, but also just generally, when we come to the consultation document, so for framing up the consultation, just to go back to this, we don't consult on everything. So what we do is we focus on the things that are changing and the big issues and things that are changing. If things are staying, if there's no change, they're continuing as they are, they won't get to the threshold of coming into the consultation document because there's not much to, that doesn't mean people can't submit on them, but they're not going to make it into that process. So I think when I went to speak to Community and Whānau last week, I don't know if I haven't got my notes from that there, just in terms of the funding across the board that's in this area. I'm not sure if any of the officers can remember who prepared that for me. And we talked about the fact that the focus is on what the community asked us to do, which was the focus that was asked for, and that we did talk through the fact that you're not going to find everything in the consultation document. So if you're elected members, you're out in the community and you've got questions around that. So where's my thing? Why isn't it in here? You have to talk through that. That's what the purpose of the consultation document is in the asset activity management plans.
Sure. Okay, I'm moving on page 19 under climate change. And I note that there is an amendment in the document that's been tabled to add food resiliency to the end of a line. Supporting biodiversity and food resiliency. So that's the final paragraph on the first side. Is that kind of an oblique reference to the Good Food City? Because my understanding, or I guess my question is partnership with the Nelson Marlborough District Health Board on supporting Nelson to become a good food city in the LTP? Because I understood from the final LTP workshop that we had that was going to be in this, and I can't see it anymore.
Through the chair, yes, Good Food Cities is referenced in here. I'd have to find you the exact page reference, but there is discussion in various points. Obviously, it's not a key focus about some of the things we're doing that contribute to that. So those references.
But is it in this consultation document?
The Good Food Cities is in here, yes. Okay. We'll find you the reference.
Yeah, that would be lovely, thanks. I just went through the whole thing and I couldn't find it anywhere. The next question is probably around the funding on the debt versus rates on page 27. Near the top of the second column, it says council's preferred strategy is to smooth out rates increases over the 10 years of the LTP by borrowing from the emergency fund. So The emergency fund is currently in debt. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it's projected to be slightly in debt by the end of this financial year, depending on how the COVID impacts come through.
So it's not currently in debt? I think why I'm asking is that because basically I understand that we're borrowing, but it kind of sounds to me, this sounds like we are borrowing from a pot of money that exists rather than basically just borrowing and increasing our debt. So I just wanted to know why, like, is there a reason that we need to say it's coming from the emergency fund? Can we not just say by borrowing?
So through the chair, the reason we have borrowed specifically from the emergency fund is so that we actually repay it over time. And so we've taken a specific approach that to bring the rates increases down in the earlier years, we're borrowing from the emergency fund because it's generally around that COVID impact on some of our funding sources in the earlier years. And then we will accelerate our repayments to that emergency fund in the later years of the LTP to build it up to a reasonable amount. Okay. And so it's a clear, it makes sense to specifically have it within that fund, and it's consistent with the decisions that we've made for this annual plan that we're currently in.
That's really helpful. Thanks, Nikki. And I think it's great to kind of really signal to the community that we are going to build that up again. So thanks for clarifying that.
Through the chair, if I could just say, I found the reference to the Good Food City for you, which is on page 20. Just reads, this is part of Council's commitment to supporting Nelson as a good food city.
Fantastic, thanks. That will make a lot of people happy, I'm sure. My next question is page 45 under Project Mahi Tahi, and I know that there have been some changes to that, so I'll just pull up what I've got. So I gather that this long-term plan is not taking submissions on that proposed development. If people do submit on it, what happens to those?
So through the chair, I can assist with answering that. So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I just clarify, Councillor, you said page 45.
There's some confusion.
So I think there's some confusion there.
It says project. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page. Project Mahi Tahi is different to Mai Tahi.
I think you're wanting page 53.
53. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so it says decisions on a plan change. Obviously, that's got nothing to do with this this consultation document. But if people submit through the long-term plan consultation on the proposed expansion development into the Maitai Valley, what happens to those? Will they be considered or not?
So through the mayor, if they submit on the long-term plan, we will advise them that when the plan change is notified, that they put a formal submission in through that process.
And so if they submit in terms of our kind of intensification versus funding for intensification and that kind of thing, will it be considered?
I'm not quite clear on the question.
Because in a number of places through the document, we are talking about our proposed infrastructure spend for intensification, yet we are actually not committing as much to intensification as had originally been discussed back in February 2020. So I'm just wanting to understand if members of the community submit on our intensification priorities, will those be heard through this process?
They will be, and I think that's a really good point actually, because what we started off with was pretty much everything. So we start with a full suite of options, and as we go through the long-term plan, we then have to start looking at actually what is doable. And you heard Mr. Mackey this morning say
many councils around the country are going to have an emphasis of matter over the doability of the infrastructure program. And so there has been a lot of testing through this process right up until yesterday on actually the doability of our whole infrastructure program. And so when we go to do it, well, we might start out with all of the options for everything. We know as we work through a long-term plan process, we have to actually be able to deliver what we say we're doing. And so that really is at the moment, and we've tested that backwards and forwards with Mr. Lovertis and his team, and they've given us the package that they believe is doable. If we put all the intensification zones in there, I can guarantee you that Mr. Mackey would have given us probably more than an emphasis of matter. We might have got a tagged audit report. So in fact, we would have. So I think that's a really good question, because that's one of the things we're going to have to talk through. So we will get submissions on intensification. Thank you.
Thanks. So actually that just brings a clarification then, because in the February 2020 meeting, we discussed and I guess kind of highlighted the 6 areas that we wanted to prioritise for intensification to enable, infrastructure renewal to enable intensification. And then at our first long-term plan workshop on the 22nd of July 2020, we found that we were informed that there was now $15 million of Three Waters infrastructure proposed for the Maitahi Bayview development, and that our intensification infrastructure had been bumped. Since then, we now have been advised, the plan has come together, that we have intensification infrastructure planned for where Victory, Washington Valley and the city centre. Yep, great. So we've got it prioritised for those, and the audit New Zealand have signed off on our ability, the doability. Does that mean then that if we get a proposal through for further intensification, subdivisions in Stoke or up the Maitai, that we're not actually going to be able to undertake the necessary infrastructure?
I'll go to Mr. Lovertis, just in terms of, I'm just not sure the bumped issue. I was a bit puzzled about that, or the Chief Executive, So
if we got an application and if it was proceeding through a plan change process, then the council may have to reconsider its priorities. We have $600 million in our capital budgets over the next 10 years. And so you're asking a question that we don't know what the question is yet. So I can't tell you what the answer is, but every year the council does a long-term plan, which is to tweak. It does an annual plan to tweak its long-term plan. That's because we always have to be adaptable and flexible. So it'll be a decision for the council at the time.
It's a little bit more than that as well, I'd have to say, Pat, because what we also know is that it depends on the developer as to how they want to deliver that infrastructure. So for some developers, they do the infrastructure, not us. So we work and they do that work. So it's not sitting in our doability, it's sitting in their ability to deliver that infrastructure. And so we give them what they need to do, but they go and do that work. So it depends very much on the process. It could be a combination, one or the other.
So then, if we had a developer who wanted to do intensification somewhere else, like Stoke or somewhere where we don't currently have plans to renew the infrastructure, that it's not precluded by this long-term plan. It would be a conversation.
That's correct, and that's not unusual.
Yep.
For a developer that we thought was going to do something in 10 years, all of a sudden announces they want to do something that next year or the year after, and then we adapt, we shift priorities, and the council signs off that through a long-term plan process.
Yeah. At the moment, Councillor Fulton, Councillor Sanson, I was distracted with the side conversation that was going on before. And at the moment, we're having really good engagement with Kāinga Ora around their role in bringing housing supplies. So certainly, I think that's something that we'll see as we move through. So it's good to have partners that have the capability to do at-scale development.
And I've just got one final question, which is really just a kind of understanding the process. So as part of approving this consultation document, there are things around the funding impact statement and the development contributions policy. We are going to be approving those as a separate, through a separate, part of the agenda today. The outcome of the separate part of the agenda, does that, I have questions around the funding impact statement and the treasury policy and that kind of thing. And I'm just a little bit concerned that we're kind of already going to be sending this out before we have really kind of confirmed those other.
I know it's a whole package today. We're only a little bit of the way into it. So you're going to get to all those documents. So that we start with just getting the changes, any changes. So we're trying to get any changes that we need in. And then we're going to get through to, so just the updates on those. And then we start to work through all the report that you've got from the officers and work our way through all of those attachments.
And so any changes that might be made to other policies, development contributions, funding impact statement, the treasury policy, they would just sit behind this, so it doesn't actually affect this.
Well, it depends what changes are proposed. And if they were absolutely material, then we probably won't be going up, we won't be commencing our consultation process. So this is the time, as I think we've gone through, that we're now down to minor changes at this point. We get ready to go. It's all been through the audit process. Mr. Mackey's reviewed all of those documents and we're ready for the start. So we can go through those documents, but material changes to them are probably beyond the scope of what's possible at this stage.
I mean, things like the treasury policy haven't come across, like we haven't actually had a session where we've approved the treasury policy.
Ms. Harrison?
So through the chair, the treasury policy is an existing policy that was approved on the 19th of September by council. It has to be put up as supporting document on the website to assist the readers of the LTP to understand what our policies are, but that we won't be making changes to the treasury policy until just before the 30th of June, and I think that's in the covering report.
Okay, so there's still time to suggest changes to that ahead of the 30th of June. Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. Great. More questions.
Okay, through the chair, I do have an answer to that question earlier from Councillor Sanson about funding.
Yes, I've got it too. So I'll give you the answer, which is there is 818,000 in the LTP for the community partnerships activity, and of that, the community investment, so that's the full in the community investment fund is 339,626 for 21-22, and then it'll go up, and then there's other grants funding in there as well. So there's quite a list of them. So I think that's the right number. That was for 21-22. Then I've got down here. Yep. So we just work our way through that process. So that's the total. Okay. Is that what you had, Nikki? Yep. Same thing. Okay. All right. Councillor Noonan. Then we might be ready for another break.
Oh, quite a simple change. I just want to query a statement that the Chief Executive just made about 600 million. And that wasn't, you mentioned 600 million. So I just wanted to clarify that you said that we've got 600 million to spend, but I thought it was a lower figure. So just want to clarify that first.
In the draft LTP, it's 600 million. That's what I'm talking about. It's in the order of $60 million a year for the next 10 years. I'm fairly sure it's less for this LTP, but the draft LTP we're proposing is about $600 million.
Okay. So in the infrastructure area, it's for 446 million. I'm going off the top of my head. I have to go to the right page.
No, thank you. That makes sense. Thank you.
Sorry.
You're talking about the total.
I'm in the helicopter.
Yeah, you're the helicopter. Okay. And we focus on infrastructure. I was just, as Councillor Sanson was going through the colour document, it actually was helpful because I just wanted to raise that when we obviously put some pages in somewhere, because when you look at page 10 and you go to COVID-19, it's find out more on page 21. 21 does not relate to COVID-19. So I think we might have had, so from there on, it doesn't sort of line up. So you might want to just double check those pages.
Through the process the designers are doing right now, all of those are being updated.
Right, okay, because yeah. I just wanted to raise that just so it doesn't get printed and we're all out of alignment. Thank you.
Okay, so has anyone got any questions left on, I've got a couple, on the colour version or the
text version. So the text version is up to date. The colour version is following a bit behind, but it gives you the bit of the layout. So Councillor Rainey, so how many people got questions on it? I'm just going to ask today if we could probably try and resist the calling out to me all through the meeting, and it's just really hard to chair a meeting like this where I've got people talking here, over there. Councillor Rainey, and then then I'll come back to the next councillor. They can signal they want to have a question. They have to get in a queue and not call out. Thank you, Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sorry I haven't mentioned this before. And it's an observation more than anything, but as an advocate for the arts and culture sector in the city, I would have thought that people who are part of that sector would be looking at this consultation document and going, oh, what happened? And also looking through the whole plan, the whole long-term plan. There's very little on the arts and culture sector, and in fact, nothing about how it contributes to the economic or the economy of our city and our region, which is a distinct change, I think, over what has been in previous LTPs over the years. However, in particular, and I'd just like a little query, I'd like to make reference to page 30 where the words, these are the only places that the words art and culture actually appear in the consultation document at all. But the first one being under the central city, well, I guess on the spatial plan, is it? Oh no, Nelson City Centre. The first time at the bottom of page 30, the words arts and culture are mentioned. However, that's about a hypothetical successful urban centre. So that's sort of a hypothetical mention. And then the next bit's on the second column. And this is where I'd like to see potentially some change, because when complete, the spatial plan will present a direction that incorporates climate resilience, etc., etc., etc. And Nelson's arts legacy. That kind of, to me, indicates that it's all over for the arts in Nelson, and this is what's left. I would like some more positivity. I would like some general reflection on how the arts absolutely contribute to a vibrant economy and a vibrant city centre. So the only other place that is mentioned is on page 55, the only other place in the whole document where it represents 10% of the pie chart on how our rates are spent. So more of an observation than anything.
No, it's a really important point. I want to go to Ms McDonald because I've been having quite a tussle over this for the last 6 months, Councillor Rainey, and I need to check that my changes have come in the activity summaries.
Yes. Through the chair, so if you look at page 38, that talks about the artistic and cultural life of Nelson, references the funding for the Arts Council, the Refinery Art Space on Hardy Street, the...
Councillors, I'm really going to ask you, I'm just sorry for the last time, I know that it's difficult to follow, but I am trying to watch, and the Deputy Mayor watches as well, and if you need a signal or you don't know where you are, please just put your hand up. But if you keep calling out constantly through the meeting, we're going to still be here at 2 o'clock.
So through the chair, we're looking at page 38 of the design version, where it talks about the cultural life of Nelson and a number of projects and the support for the museum. And so there, just to reassure, there is other language there.
The picture is changing though, Councillor Rainey. So the composting picture doesn't help you at this point. That was picked up yesterday on Tuesday when we were all here and doing the workshop session. So no, okay, so there you go. So it's sitting in there. However, I now want to come back, just following up from Councillor Rainey's question, is I made quite a lot of commentary on the activity summaries about the lack of coverage around arts and culture so has that been incorporated or changed? I just need to, Michelle, are you able to help me with that? Because I really felt that it was very, very weak in the activity summaries.
Through the chair, yes, all of those references have been included in the activity summaries. We can look for page references if you would like.
So we went through, because the dilemma being that there was very little at that stage, it would be under the
page 189 of your agenda, I'm told.
Okay, 180. Oh, it's going to be tricky. No. Social. I've got different page numbers. Yeah.
So there we reference the Theatre Royal, like Nelson, the Suter Art Gallery, what we're doing generally with the artistic and cultural life of Nelson, heritage elements, that's where those are referenced.
Oh, at the top of social, that's page 189.
Madam
Right,
Chair, I've got
sorry.
a subsequent point to make about that if I can.
So just a moment, Councillor, and I just need to sort out, because I can see I'm going to have a problem here, because my bound copy of the agenda, my 189 is a different page to that, so I'm just going to have to be working on either side of me to try and get the right ones. Maybe it's then I had this one called latest version, and that is, just let me check that. It's going to make it tricky for me if I haven't got the right one. No, it's still not right. Thank you, Robin. I'll work on that one. Okay.
So just very quickly, yeah, and I'd reference those points as well on reading through the whole document. But the link that's made here is that social activity or arts activity or the creative sector helps community wellbeing. Well, I accept that, but it's much, much bigger than that. It's the contribution to the economy, which I think is completely ignored in the LTP. And it would only have been a few years ago that we were holding national conferences on the cultural sector in regards to the way that it contributes to the economy. And I know for a fact that that the contribution to the economy, as has been pointed out by the NRDA, they're about to do a study on this again, as we heard the other day, is extremely strong. So I would just like to think that we might have some reference or some slightly more accurate reference of council's position on this point.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey. And look, I have spent quite a lot of time on this. I'm just going to go to economic and see whether it got captured under economic. In the activity summary.
But through the chair, the arts and culture was captured under social, but we could put a paragraph in making those points under economic as well.
I think that's really important. I think it should be. And because of the way the consultation document process works, this is this issue that there are, and this is the really frustrating part. So Deputy Mayor and I were fairly insistent there had to be something in here, but there's no big issue to be consulting on, and that's the dilemma that we've got, is we're stuck with this. So I agree. I think that's we're going to have to articulate it really clearly. It's not that it's not important. It's just that for the audit requirements, even some of what we've got in there, we had to push quite hard to get. So we're going to have to make sure, again, I think, Kim, this is one just to pick up in terms of making sure that when we go and talk about our messaging for this one, if that's the area of interest, we're going to have to help people find that information, because the CD process is quite restrictive. Does that make sense? But I do think any economic page activity needs some wording. We're happy to capture that as a minor change in the resolution. It's not a minor change, however, it's quite a significant change. So maybe during a break, we just have to think about some wording, Councillor Rainey. Next up, I had Councillor Skinner and then Councillor Fulton. But I was going to take a break.
I echo that, and there's some good points made there. And I think some that we sort of assume is a given. A lot of the activities that happen, arts, community, sports, etc., that they're an economic benefit and social benefit. And so how does that work? I'm obviously, like you're saying, Madam Mayor, we're putting things in that's really linking to projects that we're doing, or and some of the stuff is a given, but that can be reiterated is what's important to us and what value we give these things. Is that what you're saying? So, I mean, I've read it all through here in the social, and I thought great. And Councillor Rainey brings a point in regards to economic benefit, and we sort of take that as a given, but is that, how do we untangle that? So it's basically a paragraph. I don't want to just give it a lip service. I want to make sure we give it a real.
Yes, through the chair. No, we can add wording on that which talks about the value of those projects that we have in the LTP to the economy and the contribution that makes. We will run that past audit, but I'm not thinking that will be a problem for them, because it's not introducing a materially new element.
Because that time, like we've got the Arts Festival Trust, etc., and so forth, and various NRDA and what they endeavour. I mean, that all ties in without repeating ourselves.
It does.
And some imagery to go with it.
I think it's important.
So definitely, I'm just reiterating Councillor Rainey's comments there. that, we may take a lot of these things for granted, but the public really get a feel for it from the imagery, topics in the paragraphs. They're not going to read everything down to the figure. So as long as that reflects. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do need to capture that. So we'll do in a break, we'll try and capture that. And I'll just go to Councillor Fulton, and then I really do want to take a break. So
Okay.
if you've got a list of things.
No, I haven't. I've just been hearing the conversation and I just wanted to respond. I haven't actually got anything because everything that I think there's a couple of C pages which are missing from the climate change section. It's the second bullet point down that's missing. I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Rainey's comments. I completely agree with him. And if you look in the project Kokore, there's a beautiful picture, but there's very few words actually even in this document on the importance of the arts to our regenerative economy thinking. Yet when we think about our pillars, arts and artisans was a very strong theme. And so I'm thinking, can we pick up on the pillars of the NRDA work when they looked at our identity as a region and how we reflect that through this, because that piece of work was a really important piece of work. Councillor Sanson raised a comment on the food resiliency bullet point, and I just wanted to respond to that. It's on page 15 of this document here. I had initially asked for that to include words around good food cities, but because we're tight on words, the good food cities is only mentioned in the waste reduction section. However, good food cities has obviously got 4 objectives associated with it, and that was picked up in my chair's report quite some time ago. So I feel like that work's happening. It just that bullet point was around the urban greening plan, which is around a lot more than just the good food cities. So I'm comfortable that we've got it in there. I would have liked a whole box as well, but.
All right, so look, we're going to take a break, have a break for decent sort of 15 minutes, have a stretch, get a cup of tea. We'll come back, we'll continue this process, and we'll try and get some documents completed with any changes. I still to come back to some questions. And just as we close off, one thing, in case you're wondering about where is the the Tasman Bays Heritage Trust funding for the museum expansion, we've already confirmed that decision. So that was done in a previous long-term plan, and so that funding is already in. So we're not intending to reconsult on that because we feel that we've already done that. Okay, right, so let's have a break for 15 minutes.
I will get underway again. Now, I think we were up to still on the consultation document wording, and we've been flipping a little bit between the colour version and the written version. So I've just got on the colour version, I just want to go to the library pages, and it's in my version, it's page 35 with a heading budget and timeline. So it may not be everyone else's 35, because let's try this one here. Hopefully it is. Let's see. It is, right. Okay. The budget and timeline. So I just want to test out a little bit around the dollars that we're talking about here. So we're saying we're proposing to invest 46.3, which is 44.4 million uninflated. And I just want to understand, is that better described as a provision? Because what I'm mentioning is that you've said you've got an amount of money, and then you say later on that you've got appropriate contingent budget. So I'm just trying to understand whether we're anticipating that that will be the contract build cost as we go out, or it'll be something different to that. Just maybe go to Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a really good point about provisioning for that sum. At the stage that we're at with the library, we don't have a concept design. We're in the ideas phase that we're consulting on. And because of that, we have a large buffer in the budget. So while we make provision for that sum, that includes a large buffer. And as we work through the design process, should this project be approved through the long-term plan, we will refine that number, which will give us a lot more accuracy, and we'll be able to reduce that buffer.
Okay, thank you. Just sort of follow-up question around that, just in terms of, so that's where we talk about the appropriate contingency budgets. So at this stage, later on, you talk about, well, actually, how much are they? So what is an appropriate contingency budget at this stage?
So through the chair, maybe I'll assist. So when we presented to the 18th of February, I recall discussing this and giving an indication. So it's a range of contingencies, and we looked at the risk. So the 44.4 includes consideration of the entire project, the building consents, the resource consents, the building, the design fees, etc. And what we did is we assigned different contingencies to each aspect of those, and they vary between 20% up to 50%. And I gave the example that Geotech, for example, we applied a contingency of 50%, and where there was a relocation of staff, that had a lower contingency because the risk was a lot lower. So it's a range of contingencies.
Can I just test out this concept of risk? Because I think I know what you mean around project risk, but I think the public see it something very different. So when I think you say that, so what I'm hearing is, I know that you've got a lot of it's an uncertain territory at the moment, because you haven't been in there and done a whole lot of drilling or anything else. So you leave a lot of scope and buffer in there. But I think when we talk about this, what the public hear from that, if you don't understand how you do project risks and contingencies around that, they think that it's a very, very risky site, and that it's something that's got some dramatic concern around it. And I just want to be really clear about that as to how that should be communicated.
So through the chair, I think if that's the question that's coming out, I certainly don't think there's anything risky about that site. And if we need to look at the communications, and if that's the message that's coming through, then we certainly need to portray that slightly different. I didn't read into that, but maybe I'm a little bit too close to it. But maybe Pat can comment.
Yeah. So it's just the language around this is the language that we use in here is translated out. So I've certainly had that feedback. So we need to be clear about that. And I guess the other question I have is, do you intend to spend all of that amount? Andrew? Okay.
As I said previously, Madam Mayor, it includes a significant buffer, which we might or we might not spend. It's based on the phase that we're at in terms of the project, which is very, very early. As we work through the project, The budget will be refined as we get more into detailed design, should the project be approved. And then we'll understand more about what the project's going to cost.
Okay, thank you. So I think when we go through this, just in terms of the communication, and this is to deal with when we start doing that square meterage rate and people do the division and end up with a number, we need to be just really clear about all the different components, the internal bit, the fact there is a big buffer in there for the stage that we're at, and as we go through, we'll refine it. And I particularly don't want to be communicating out at this stage. I love our construction sector, but I want to be really clear. We're not communicating out to the construction sector. We're about to let a contract for $46.3 million build. Okay, to be really clear on that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Sensen, and then Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, through the chair. Also, just I wanted to clarify in that I recall from the meeting where the decision was made to proceed, or accept whatever it was, that the 46 or the 44.4 million uninflated also included the build cost for the community hub, which was a kind of separate but adjacent building. Somebody asked Chris Ward that, and he confirmed that yes, it did include that. So I just think that maybe I don't know if there has been some reference to the fact that maybe that might not go ahead. So I'd quite like to understand do we have an idea of what the full proposal is, and does it include?
Yeah, I recall where all the community use and functions are there, but a separate community hub wasn't what I was anticipating. But I'll go to the chief executive just in terms of the areas.
Building beside
it is confusing because there's a little picture there that doesn't help us.
The initial drawing you saw showed two buildings that added up to roughly 3,250 square metres, which was the library. There is not provision in these budgets for a separate community hub, and we're not even sure that we would build that second building. We may make the triangle-shaped building slightly larger. I mean, these are all just bulk scale and concepts that were prepared by Wakatoa Corporation to show what the site might look like. And that's why we have a provision for uncertainty, which I think is probably a word the public might understand more, because we aren't sure exactly what we're building yet. But what I think Chris said was that we will have a provision for community spaces, but no, there is not provision for a community hub in that budget, for a separate standalone community hub that other organisations might lease space from. No, there's not.
So that's probably just a misunderstanding, but the little building that was on the drawing was included, and I think that there was just some assumption that that was an adjacent community hub, but that's really helpful.
No, that was always part of the library's 3,250 square metres. It looks good, but it makes the library damn hard to operate when you've got a large space between two parts of your building. It's far from ideal from an operational point of view. There had been an earlier version that had an air bridge across the two, but that came out and then we were left with two. But we're so really at the start of a 2-year process. So it's really only just how it might look like. But it was to try and give the community some idea of the iconic vision that there is for that space.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Kia ora. Yeah, just in relation to that sort of same topic, and specifically the images we currently have in, and I know it was mentioned we were getting new ones, or are these these are the new shiny ones? My concern with these are, and I raised it yesterday at the drop-in, or Tuesday, is that it's not clear what we're actually getting, what the public's getting for that money. Is you've got in there, you've got the library, but then also the climatorium features quite heavily, and there's no delineation between what the money's going towards. Will we be, and even in one of them you've kind of got the whole complex, will we be clarifying that?
Good question. Who's going to answer that one? I think there's a whole lot of additional material, supplementary material that's being prepared to help with this, because I agree with you. I think it's quite confusing as it stands. Mr. White.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a good question. And again, it comes back to where we are in the process, I think. So should the project make it through the long-term plan process, then we will work progressively towards providing more certainty around what the building, and I sort of quote, the building will look like, or the buildings will look like, and more clarity around how they would be used. But I think one thing that's really important in this discussion is the experience and the connection of this experience and the importance of that in the city and community framework. And I think focusing on the building and what the building looks like at the moment actually detracts from that whole discussion, which is the value proposition of what we're trying to work through here. So can we give more clarity at this point about what people are going to get for their investment in terms of the building structure? I think we've probably got almost as much as we can provide with the imagery that we're providing at the moment. If we go into more detail, then we start to create an expectation that this is what it's going to look like, and we're not at that point yet.
I guess just to clarify my concern, I completely agree, jumping on photos early in the process really does much good. But looking at this image, even just the size of the library isn't clear. Is it a sweeping complex that covers the whole space? And I know that most people will jump onto the images because we're providing them, and that whether we'll even just be specifying, because I know that in this room we know which building's the library. It's not clear in the images, and even reading the document, it's still, you've got to do a little bit of sort of analysis to really figure out what building we're talking about in this.
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, I think we could probably highlight those buildings that are sort of, or those blobs that are allocated to library service to give some more clarity on that point.
Thank you. I think that would be very, very useful. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so my concerns echo those of Councillors Sanson and O'Neill-Stevens. So just firstly on page 35, for the very first sentence, I'm wondering if it would be more accurate to say we propose to, and I think there was talk about changing that to a provision, allocated provision, anyway, 46.3 million, blah, 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 in a new library precinct, just rather than in a new library, because it sounds like it's all about the building, the entire budget, and quite a decent proportion of the budget is actually the external landscaping. So just wondering if instead of in the new library, that could be in a new library precinct. So I'll let staff consider that. And then just coming back to that same image that Councillor O'Neill-Stevens was talking about on page 34, I'm just wondering why what has previously been labelled community, I think it was just called, why that building is still there. You know, if we look at the text picture, the text version picture, you know, it still had it highlighted. And so to me, it still implies and suggests that this is something we are building. And I don't, you know, we haven't actually ever discussed, are we building two buildings? We've discussed building a library and creating this landscaping and precinct area around it, et cetera, et cetera. We actually haven't had any discussion about having a separate building, having two buildings. And so I'm just wondering why there is a separate building in the imagery.
I think I'm going to have a guess at this, which is not a great thing to be doing in a council meeting. Because this has caused them, you know, we've gone, what is it? What is it? I think it will be because of the concept design. Remember that spine is really critical, that running through, as that was seen as a really important part of the concept of getting that visual line through. And so I think the reason it's like that, it'll just be a Balkan location, sort of how it plonks on, if that makes sense, to make sure that that visualization is there. So when I understood that there had been some discussion about air bridges, I was going, oh, crikey, that's interesting. So now I suspect that's kind of the architectural thinking. And I think we just need to be, if we're going to do this, we have to be really clear of identifying, as Councillor O'Neill-Stevens said, actually which bits relate to library functions, which are those two bits at the moment as drawn. And yes, it's fabulous, isn't it? I'm trying to do this. Which one? The bike rack? Where's the bike rack? Oh, down on Trafalgar Street. Oh no, there we go. Okay, can update that. Is it? Have I got it about right? Is that probably what's happening? I'm sorry to be asking, you know, absolutely open questions, which I'm trying to guess the answers, but. Yes, they are, the square metres and the cost. So I think what we're going to leave the officers just to think about is that we want to make sure that we're not creating, and we have raised this as elected members now quite a few times, that we want to make sure that we're trying to make this as helpful as we can for our community in terms of what's there. Pat?
And we're actually thinking that the word concept and at the bottom right hand of that picture on page 34, we may change that to a possible concept, just to tone it down. That, you know, we haven't started any design of this building because we're not even sure we're building it yet. So we need, that's the big worry that we have, is that as soon as we start putting anything out that shows a building, when we start building, if we start building something that looks different, we're going to get criticism that this isn't what you consulted on. So we're trying to manage those expectations. So yes, what we'll try and do is colour those two buildings a different colour from the white. So because the other problem is this isn't these aren't our drawings, are they? They're Wakatoa Corporation. So we have to go to them to get these things done. So we'll try and get those two changed to stand out from all the other white buildings, and tone it down to a possible concept.
Yeah, so I guess I have to follow up on this because we didn't have this discussion at our meeting about this. And, you know, having two buildings that create a library, I actually think is, you know, something that needs to be discussed at some stage, you know, knowing that this is, yes, just a concept going out. But there are a lot of inefficiencies of having two buildings to do one function. There is extra staffing that you need. There are a lot of, you know, core wastages of having two buildings to run one function as such. And these are two separate buildings. So, yeah, I'm concerned that wasn't clearly identified within the report that came to council, that the proposal was actually to do two separate buildings.
No.
No, I think we've got to be clear about that. There is no proposal to do two separate buildings. Wakatoa Corporation have done some very high level conceptual precinct, looking at the precinct, thinking about the features that are relevant. And I do understand that, you know, the separate buildings from a functionality point of view, but I think the only thing that the moment that concerns me is the issue Councillor Sanson raised before, is that by having that separate building, there will be thinking that it is a separate community hub. That's what's concerning me. So the text needs to articulate very clearly that there is no separate community hub, that there are community functions. So we're meant to make sure no one thinks that's a community hub building. Or we see if the architects can give us a different concept. So sorry to do backwards and forwards in here. Back to the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. And I'll just go to you in just a second. I thought you had said we would colour those two buildings to show that's what we were building, and that's where what I responded to.
So my personal preference would be just shade the triangle, and leave the other one sitting white as unlabelled and a possible, and it may or may not be there. I think that this drawing is vague enough that whether it's 3,250 square metres or not is not the point. But I agree with the Deputy Mayor that the prospect of us building two separate buildings and trying to run that as one library is just so inefficient that we wouldn't do it.
So I'm going to go to Andrew, but what I'm going to say is I don't know what was in the architect's mind when they did this, and there's some thinking around this. So I'll go to Andrew. So I think we might be getting hung up on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's kind of a horse and cart situation here, and from how I see it, the more information or the more certainty you provide people now, the more premeditated it looks, and we're not even at a point where we've got a concept design. So maybe, but if you don't provide anything, then nobody's got an idea what you're thinking about. So maybe the approach to take is to do that shading, but actually do it across, keep the blocks in there, but do the shading across the area rather than the buildings themselves.
It's an option, right? Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Fulton, Councillor Rainey.
And sorry, and could I just, because I know I moved on, could I just get a response to the proposed wording I had for page 35 to change it from in the new library to in a new library precinct? Just officer thoughts on that.
Yes, they're nodding.
Yes, nodding to that and the words about a provision rather than the word there at the moment.
Councillor Fulton, Councillor Sanson, Councillor Rainey and Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. So in the meeting when we discussed the concepts, I did ask quite a lot of questions around this because the price was significantly higher because of the complexity of design. So the square meterage in the price reflects the complexity of the design. And now I don't know if that means two separate buildings in the price, but it was explained quite carefully that the price was higher because it's a triangular site and a more difficult site than the existing library site. So I think it's really important that we explain, like that's how the price has landed where it has in terms of the design features, and that was very clearly articulated by Chris at the meeting. To me anyway, I asked why it was high. It was about $2 million higher than the other price we had in terms of the options. So I just have a question. I think that's why it's important that both blobs are highlighted, because that the price incorporates the square meterage and design for both blobs.
So it's unfortunate we don't have Chris here, but the price is high because it's going to, the clear message we got was you wanted an iconic low carbon construction, high energy efficiency building. The triangular shape adds maybe a little bit of complexity, but it was always envisaged that this was going to be a higher standard than, and that was one of the options that was put up. There was a straightforward box on the existing site that would meet all of the library needs, but not the iconic project that we could deliver on this site leading down to the river. So I don't think the triangular shape on its own, I mean, the thing is, we haven't budgeted on that design. We have budgeted on a 3,250 square metre iconic building that I've just described. It's irrespective of what looks like there. I mean, and that's why there's a 30% contingency for some pieces, and is because we don't know what we're going to build yet, apart from the fact that you want it to look great and to be a world-class library and be energy efficient. And
Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Are you good, Councillor Rainey?
So given that we've had a discussion just now about the difficulty of creating a building which had potentially some physical separation, I think it would be worthwhile considering whether there should be dialed into the conversation with Wakatū connectivity with a climatorium. Because actually here we're looking at two buildings which, I know this is on reflecting on what we've just said, but it's actually showing that they're completely separated. Whereas in fact, we're talking about two buildings that absolutely should be separated or should be the same building. Because I would have thought that consideration of climate issues would be core to what the community hub is about anyway. So what we haven't expressed that in any formal MOU or whatever with Wakatū, but I certainly think it would be something to give consideration to in the future.
And I think that's the next stage. So I'll just go to Andrew again, because again, we're not at the, we've got to, at the end of that process.
I understand that, but just to finish, because again, I'm on my pathway today to try and reduce submissions. If we can, that will be a question that comes up, I'm sure, when people look at the picture.
Through you, Madam Chair, and it's a really good question. It reflects back to the decision that Council made at the report you were referring to in February, where Council decided to authorise officers to enter into preliminary discussions or preliminary negotiations with Wakatū. And I think those sorts of conversations are really critical parts of that preliminary negotiation.
Can I just test council, we're not making decisions on that particular issue at the moment, but I think that thinking
is really good to inform those conversations. And I think there's general consensus that that's the sort of thing that we need to be exploring. Thank you. Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Nikki. Hi, Nikki. How are you? You know, we're talking about design and look and that type of thing. I think it was in the build and everything like that. But, you know, I have a feeling that what the people really want to know is what's going inside it. And I'm just wondering whether you could give us, think it's worthy, just think about this, a sentence or two on what extra services are going to get in this new space as opposed to what they're getting now. That seems to be the drift of the questions that I'm getting about. That, well, what more are we getting than we're not getting now in our older library, Is there anywhere in there that you've touched on that?
Through the chair, I guess the introduction about the library precinct touches on that to an extent, but I think Andrew would probably tell us the danger in being too specific about what it will have is that it may limit choices later. So it does talk about the concept and community spaces, why we need a new library, addresses it too. So that page 32 probably has as much as we might want to say at this point.
Yes.
So it would provide more space to deliver a full range of activities, space for individuals and community groups can be booked, you know, those sorts of things.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know whether I've made myself clear enough, but it's just, it seems to go away from the design of the building and location even, and it goes on to, well, what are we getting more above, over and above what we're getting now?
Yes, it's the
And I
experience.
thought something like that could be included. You just, I'll leave that with you.
I'm just going to go to Mr. White because he's been doing some really good thinking on this, especially with the library team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another good question, Councillor. We're really aware of the importance of covering off on the points that you make. So we're really aware that we need to communicate what the opportunities are with the community. So we're doing a lot of work around that. We're also really aware that we need to be open to the community input into what the opportunities are as well. And it's not just about what will be in the space. It's also about what is the potential that the library can serve as part of the community and part of the city too, from a well-being point of view, looking at economic connection, looking at environmental connection, cultural connection and social connection as well. They're all really important parts of this development. And as much as we would like to be able to tell everybody everything now, we're actually not at that point. But we need to be able to communicate as much as we possibly can. We'll get clearer about this over time should this project be approved through the LTP.
Thank you for that. Another just thought, Nikki, if I mind, in regard to the proposed merger possibility, if it goes ahead between the port and the airport company, could you give consideration, I'm not sort of going to die in the ditch over it, but could you give consideration to adding this page 403, the information that's on there, the summary of options, benefits and disadvantages / costs in relation to the three options? Would that be of any help to the community? Did you give consideration to that, or would you give consideration to that?
So through the chair, I think we covered this off before and said that really the people that are interested in the proposal, that we need to be really clear that the supporting documentation and the consultation document need to be read together. We've tried to keep it brief and consistent with TDC in terms of the consultation document, but we'll clearly refer people to the
I did hear you say that. I come to think of it. But that question was on behalf of Councillor Fulton, actually.
Very good. Good teamwork. Good teamwork. So, Councillor, all that documentation will be there, and that's in the supporting documentation. So, which is the process that we're using to advance that one for a conversation with our community. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, referring back to the library concept on page 34, obviously some of these things are already in the public domain and some conversations have been begun already. And the feedback that I'm getting is that they're a little bit confused about the climatorium. And I know that it's in the wording, and I agree with Mr. White about maybe the blocking off of the space that belongs or will be allocated to the library and the precinct of the library. But I do wonder for clarity, whether we can put Wakatu Incorporated on the block, which is the climatorium, because it isn't our project, and there is a bit of confusion about that. And even stretching a little bit further and actually stating that block of land is theirs. Because I've also had people coming up to me saying, oh, it looks like Countdown are going. So, I mean, we're starting to get conversations outside our brief. And I just wonder whether we can make it more clear so that we don't get submissions about things that are outside our control and actually none of our business, really. But just have another look at that. I'm not going to ask you to do it right now, but just consider it, if we can make it a little bit clearer. But certainly if we could put Wakatu Incorporation on the climatorium section on the roof or whatever, then at least they'll know that we're not doing it, because that's the first comment that I got.
Okay, so I think in terms of the communication, we just got to, make sure we're just clear on our communication, but I think at the moment that's our lens, so I don't want to confuse things any further. So that's, I think, officers need to go away and have a think about this drawing. I think what we need to, and what we are communicating, is that this is a precinct concept. And that's one of the reasons when we go to the questions, that's actually what we're asking them about. We're saying, look, actually, go to the questions.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, they're extremely good questions.
I know it's in the wording, but people look at the pictures. So
they do.
Just some thinking about making it clear or easy for them to locate.
We'll do what we can. We'll take it away, have a think about it. And if you see the final version of the consultation document and there's a blank space there, you'll know that we didn't get to an answer. How about that? So, all right, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, just following on from that point. So the first sentence on page 34 under a climatorium does state on its land, on Wakatu Incorporation's land. So it's not Wakatu Incorporation's land. Is that correct?
So at the time that they would build a climatorium, our understanding is it would be on their land.
Right. Okay, so it is part of the exchange agreement we're looking at, whereby it would be its land. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm happy with that then. Thank you. All right. Okay, any other questions on the consultation document, either the one with the photos and the drawings or the text document? Are we done with that one? I think we're done with that one. Councillor Noonan.
Just looking at page 35 where it says that the cost is going to be spread over 40 years. Did we change that to 65? We didn't quite get through this whole document. So is that proposed to go
through the chair?
change?
What we said was this document follows a little bit behind the Word version, which we can change ourselves.
Okay.
So those updates are being made now by the designers.
That's fine. The 25 years is quite significant.
Right, so we didn't get through all of this document, did we? Because we didn't go to the activity summary. So are we ready to start the activity summaries now? So now we go, what was next up? Let's have a look. What was the funding impact statement was next? So let's go to that one. So we'll start now. So if you flick over, they're not page numbered, but it's so we're on the changes that this is the one we're running through, and it's at line 67 or something 67. What's that column? Let me just go back to the beginning. Agenda page. It says we've got a new. Okay, so we're going to something new. All right, so let Nikki introduce it and then I'll go to questions.
So through the chair, there are some changes to the funding impact statement that have largely come out of a legal review that we have done before it goes out. So I'll just quickly run through them. Because it's an LTP under the Act, we're supposed to state what we believe the rates will be over the 10-year period. And really at this point in time, we're not proposing any rating changes over the 10-year period, except for the fact that the Clean Heat, Warm Home and Solar Saver rates will actually roll off. So technically those rates would have gone. All right, thank you. All right, questions for Nikki. So that's highlighting that change. Councillor Sense has got a question on.
I'm wondering if somebody could tell us where the funding impact statement is in the main agenda. Because any notes I've made are on the main agenda that we got circulated. So it's just attachment 67. Oh, so I do have some.
I think it's attachment 7, but I just have to check. Is it attachment 7? No, which one is it? Attachment. Oh no, maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have found it in our in the E file of the agenda at page 67, and I do have questions, but I'm happy for the officers to present the report first. Or
in terms of the funding impact statement, I think we've. Is there anything else you want to add in relation to funding impact statement? There's obviously we've got the body of the report. So through the chair, so that's an additional disclosure that was required. And the rest of it really is just a few little tidy ups, as well as clarifying the wording around the fact that the rural holdings that are zoned residential greater than 15 hectares have been effectively moved to residential from a rating perspective. Okay. And we just needed to actually change the definition of residential. So you'll see that on my page 4 of the additional tabled report today. All right, so what I'm going to do is try and get all the changes through. Then we're going to come back to the report that's attached to the agenda, and then we'll take the questions on the actual the substantive matters. Is that okay? So let's finish the changes, just highlighting all the changes. And through the chair, the last one really is around on page 10 of the table document today, which is around the penalty, just rewording the penalty section, and that the penalty dates will be set through the rates resolution to make it simpler. Okay. So the red text is the new text, correct? So it's just penalty dates is included. Is that the only change? Yellow? On this one. Okay, I'm working off this one. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to complete this one, that document, so that I can chuck it away and go on to the next thing. So through the chair, yes, we've highlighted the changes, and they really just technical wording changes to comply with the Act. All right, so now we're on to the assumptions. Talk us through the changes that you've made since the agenda went out to the assumptions. So first one is on water services, and you've just changed something there on the impact. Through the chair, that's just changed from a medium to a high. Medium to high, okay, so we know what's changed, right. And then the next one, so through the chair, the auditors, in terms of the assumptions, wanted some more clarity around, just a more transparency around our revaluation process. So that's just an additional wording within that assumption. Right. Okay, so it's new wording. Over the page. Through the chair, they also wanted an assumption around the emission trading scheme and the assumed dollars that are included within the landfill expenditure, effectively, like what, because it has such a material impact on the landfill business unit. They believe that we should have actually be very transparent about what we're assuming in terms of those dollars. It's good. So that's a new section of text. Yeah. Okay, great. Chair, that's an additional assumption. All right. And then delivery of the capital program. So through the chair, they also wanted an additional disclosure around the delivery of the capital program. And again, that is primarily around the 10% contingency haircut that we've taken and been really transparent about that. And about the risks around contingencies being spent and delays in capital programs. So it really is primarily focused around that delivery. Okay, thank you. Any questions on these ones? Councillor Sanson?
Sorry, I might have been a little bit hasty. I've got questions on this document now, or?
I want to finish all the changes and then we're going to do the substantive discussion about the documents. So assumptions. Councillor Noonan.
I didn't exhaust that one. The delivery of the capital program, some of that wording, I recall seeing it somewhere else. We're saying it's new, but is it somewhere else as well?
Through the chair, yes, it's I think it's in the revenue and financing policy and the financial strategy.
Okay,
so it pops up in multiple places, but they just wanted us to put it as assumption.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I thought I'd seen it somewhere else and you said it was new and I thought, oh.
All right, and the next one is over the page in relation to interest rates. So through the chair, yes, as you will recall from when the assumptions went through, we didn't have the up-to-date interest rates, which are actually only kind of compiled as you put the debt numbers in. So those interest rates reflect what is currently in the plan. The next one, the assumptions around loan arrangements, we've just simplified that and basically said we've assumed that the LGFA will continue to be our primary, we'll be able to meet our borrowing needs within our covenants. Population growth, there's been a slight amendment to that in terms of the number. It was 57,000 and it's 57,180. Okay, thank you. Over the page. And that's assumptions. The next lot are activity summary changes.
So yes, there's been some changes to the activity summaries, which is really just extra clarification around what we're doing under each activity, and those were emailed, those highlighted changes were emailed round on Tuesday. So it might be easier if I answer questions if people have questions, and I do have some proposed new text for the economics section on arts, which I could also read out. I'll leave it to the chair to.
I'll read the activity summary. So just to bring me up to speed, so when these went out in the agenda, they didn't have the reviews hadn't been incorporated.
That's right.
They've now been recirculated.
Yes, exactly, with those in highlighted and read on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, and are there any additional ones since then?
Only this new text for the arts and economy, if you would like that.
Okay, and so I'll just double check that to make sure. So in terms of the crossover that we've been doing today, we've had some conversations about the CD. Sometimes there'll be consequential changes that need to be carried across into the activity summary, so they'll go across as well. All right, so I've just got a couple of pages flagged up here. Why have I got those flagged up? So, for instance, as we go to the transport section, we'll need to take the consequential changes that we had when we discussed the project this morning. So that'll have to carry across. So all of those ones will go. So, all right, and then I've just got one more, Nikki. I just want to check on page 68, and I think I have asked you about this before, but I've got it re-highlighted. Just in terms of the library visitors, the library currently receives over 300,000 visitors each year, and just because we've had this conversation, when you see the level of service performance indicator that we would have had to the Community and Recreation Committee, I think I'm right now in thinking that incorporates all of the libraries, not just Elmer Turner. So that was a bigger number. So just for elected members, if you think that you've seen a number that was 400,000, that related to all of the libraries. I hope I've got that correct. And so 300 is a more accurate one for Elmer Turner. Okay, right. So no other supplementary questions on the activity summaries, or we do? Yes, activity summaries. Any questions on those before we get to the new edition? Councillor Sanson.
I'm sorry, I've got questions on the various documents that are up there that are in the agenda, and I'm just trying to work out when I get to ask those. Like, I've got questions on the funding impact statement, and I'm sure I've got questions on the activity summary. So we seem to have gone past the funding impact statement.
No, we're going to come back to it. So I've had the changes for those.
So we're just talking about changes.
Yeah, I'll do the changes now. So is there any change in terms of what's there that you're going, oh, that doesn't look quite right? Councillor Noonan, and then we'll go to
I didn't know you were coming to me, but I do have a question on the agenda, page 212, but I don't know how it relates to this one because I haven't marked this one up, relating to strategic properties and some statements there. Is this the time to do that?
And I apologise because I was actually looking at Councillor Fulton and calling her Councillor Noonan. That's very difficult
that's
for
why.
you.
That's why, because I haven't indicated I wanted to speak. But you often do call me Councillor Fulton.
Occasionally.
And we actually sit quite opposite from one another.
Yes, I know. Occasionally,
I'm to your left.
Occasionally,
and she is to your
occasionally
right.
I just Councillor Fulton.
I'm trying very hard to not interrupt. I would like us to refer to population growth rather than just growth when we're talking about population growth and intensification. I think sometimes it can be confused with economic growth. So my understanding is when we're talking about growth and intensification, we're referring to population growth.
You just reference the document.
Well, I don't know where it. I'm going through this document here, and yeah, I'm a little bit lost with my agenda as well. But we hear underneath population and growth, activity summaries, and then there's a page 138 which I can't find. It talks about growth and intensification. So it's on the bottom of this document. I thought we were working through that document with the assumptions. So my question is, what kind of growth are we referring to? If it's not population growth, can we define it? But I'm assuming it's population growth.
Through the chair, I think it would be specific to each location because sometimes it would be more than population growth. It might be that calculation around, asset growth, or it could be growth in rating units, or it could be growth in commercial area. I mean, we'd have to look at.
So I think we need to be really careful when we use the word growth, particularly through a climate lens, because what we know is we can't continue to have economic growth and GDP scenarios that we've had in the past. So when we're thinking about population growth and our need to intensify in response to that, I'm comfortable with that. But in terms of decreasing our consumption, we can't have unlimited growth into the future. So I'm not comfortable with using the word growth unless we're defining how we use it. And I thought it was in reference to population. We have a housing crisis. We're looking at intensification in terms of accommodating more people living in our city. But if it's about or living differently, but if it's about more than that, I'd like to understand it better.
I think that at this stage, that sort of analysis would be quite a major to work through, and I think we need to probably
I have raised it in the past.
And I think as we go through the process of the consultation and we look at our submissions, and we need to reflect back as we go through development, and that might be one of the things that we pick up. And you heard Mr. Mackey say before he'll give us some review around our activity management plans and other documents, and maybe that's an iterative improvement that we can make.
Thank you. I have raised it in the past.
Yes,
Councillor
you have.
Laurie has as well. So we need to be really careful with the use of that word and defining what we mean by it.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we are done with the changes. Are we all finished with that document? Are there any more pages? Oh, yes. So Nikki, just in terms of the activity summaries, where they're on in here, is that these audit or officer changes, or that are consequential to that separate document that you set out? I'm sorry, I'm just having real trouble keeping up with. So if you told me that I've got a new updated activity summary, all the changes that are in there, are these ones where you highlight in here additional to that?
No. So they are the same, but put it in the change log so that there's one place that you can see all the changes.
Okay, all right. All right, so we should just make sure, because some of you have, that these have come from elected members as they went through the session the other day. Many of them, they've been emailed through. So we should just
look through those and make sure that they capture what you were seeking. So I'm looking at, so it's additional wording. So for instance, I'm looking under social activity, the social one, it's now a full stop and it adds, it achieves this through. So that's additional wording. And then there's some changed wording in the next section. So I think they were Councillor Bowater's changes. So they've gone through. And then some changes again. Yep, so all of those. So those are familiar to me because I've seen them. But in theory, if you've reviewed the additional activity summaries that came out, they should all be good to go now. Okay, all right. Any other things other there? Okay, we talked about a new company model for that last one I've got is a new company model for Nelson Airport and Port Nelson, and the change there is what? Port Nelson Limited.
Well, Nelson Port has changed to Port Nelson.
Oh, Port Nelson. Okay, other way around. Okay, right. Okay. So that's those ones. Now I think probably the best thing is to go back to the agenda and work our way through the report and then questions on the attachments. Right, okay, so let's go to page 30. So my first question is, are there any corrections or additions that need to be made to the report itself?
Through the chair, just the ones I mentioned earlier, and you will also see that the governance advisors have included where documents have been tabled and where there are amendments. So that is now captured in the recommendations part of the report.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll open for questions. Councillor Sanson and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Which part of the agenda am I able to ask about?
Anything now. We're capturing everything else.
Okay, that's so maybe I can start with the funding impact statement, which I think is, was it page 68 of the agenda? So on page 68, where it says the following are not considered to be separately used parts of a rating unit, I had a question, clarification, and it was really that has there been a change to the definition of what is and is not considered a separate rating unit from previously? Just when I look at this, when I look at the list of what is not considered to be a separate rating unit, and I reflect on a conversation with a community member that I spent quite some time working through, that person on behalf of council. I feel like there's been maybe a change to the definitions. I just wanted to understand, has there been a change or not a change from prior?
No, through the chair, this hasn't been changed at all.
Okay, and so then the next question around the same thing is really just also clarification, is that has there been any policy change to capture residential properties being used for commercial purposes? So for example, whole house Airbnb rentals being charged a commercial rate?
So through the chair, no, that when the funding impact statement came up for Christmas on the 17th of December, there was a section in that report that covered off Airbnbs and that said that there'd be further work done on that.
Okay, so that's still to come. And can I just clarify, is that still to come for this long-term plan or possibly a future annual plan?
Through the chair, when we discussed it, it was the changes would come for a future annual plan. It wouldn't come for this.
Okay, and so then page 71, it's under the rating categories, it's got rural land has a negative 35% general rate differential. Have we ever had a conversation around separating out rural land from forestry rural land? And why I ask that is that a number of councils around the country are adopting a rating differential for forestry land, which is not as beneficial as the plain rural land differential. So at the moment, a 35% discount or minus 35% rating differential on rural land, whereas I guess the reason that other councils are adopting a different rating differential for forestry land is to acknowledge and account for the impact of forestry on roading infrastructure and environment. And I guess those costs for council are currently externalised. So if we are giving forestry a minus 35% discount, it means that general ratepayers are subsidising the impact, the environmental impacts of, you know, for example, council's own Clearfell forestry impacts on our water catchments. So has that conversation ever come up? And when would be the place to raise it?
Through the chair, we had workshops on the funding impact statement before last year, and I'm not aware that that's ever come up as a conversation or something for investigation.
And when will we be revisiting this? Is it next term or now?
Through the chair, I wouldn't be advising changing anything now because you haven't taken officer's advice on that. But obviously, we do look at the funding impact statement through each annual plan as well.
Thanks. So I'm just signalling that I'd quite like for us to at least consider how it's being treated around the country by other councils. I've got some questions on the Treasury Management Policy, which I'm just flicking through to. Maybe I'm happy if you'd like to move on, Madam Mayor, to somebody else and come back to
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
You keep going.
Okay.
No, you've been waiting for a long time, so you're good.
Thanks. Okay. So under on page 103, under it's page 103, there's a 10.0 forestry. Under 10.3, it's got rationale. In the very last sentence there, it says the negative impacts of climate change and the likelihood of more extreme weather events is also a consideration for the future. And I guess my response when I was reading that is that I feel like the future is now. We are already experiencing drought, increased fire risk, increased rain events. So I'm concerned that kind of putting off acknowledgement of those impacts for some time in the future means our policy is not responsive to the impacts that we should be considering now. So I don't know if we can change that, or it's another thing for next time we review this policy.
So through the chair, it will be for when we bring the policy up for review and June we'll look at the wording.
Okay.
So I can't hear you very well, Nikki. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm leaning back. So through the chair, this will come up. This Treasury policy will need to be amended anyway before the 30th of June.
Okay.
Particularly.
So I could save the rest of my Treasury policy questions.
Because I think that's very good. Like, there needs to be up to date to say
tidy up
need to be taken into account. They into consideration now. So that's it is due for update. Okay. So we'll leave those ones.
I'm flicking as fast as I can.
That's all right.
Yeah, it might be. Oh yeah, okay. Next one, page 123, under the emissions trading scheme, and I know that there is a new paragraph on in the tracked changes or the logged changes. So I'll just ask you, and then you can tell me if it's covered off in the changes. So basically, under the emissions trading scheme, looking at the projected increase in price, I'm just wondering what the basis for the projections is, the cost of the carbon projections, and whether it's taken into account the Climate Change Commission's advice to government. So on page 133 of the Climate Change Commission report, it references time critical necessary action 7, which is basically significantly increasing the cost of the NZU of carbon units. And so I just wondered, do you think that these projections are still realistic? Like, what's the basis that these projections were made upon? So I'm looking at page 123 of the agenda.
So do we know what the source is that we use for making the assumption?
Through the chair, I wasn't
Back to us.
involved with what those assumptions are, but they are part of the regional sewer, the landfill business plan. And therefore, all we're doing is stating what the assumptions are. And because they're part of the assumptions, it's highlighting whether or not there's risk it could be higher or lower. That's the whole intent. But that is what has been used to form up. So
Right, we can maybe come back on that task that, SBU.
Yes, so I guess if it's just an assumption and it changes significantly, we'll acknowledge that and readjust our assumptions. So just when I look at those, I'm a little bit concerned that it's maybe not, the projections are not high enough for future years. Like there is conversations around it getting up to $150 in the next 10 years and that kind of thing.
So I think that the wording on this document here, so that we've just gone through, has probably captured that as it says, if the increase in ETS costs are materially higher than assumed, council may need to increase waste management fees and charges further or increase rates to fund these costs. So I think that's acknowledged in the assumption that they could be materially higher than the assumption that's there. So I think that's probably, and that was from audit, wasn't it, to do that? Okay, great.
On page 129, which is it's the adoption of the consultation document for long-term plan and related documents, attachment 7. There's a sentence below the first couple of bullet points that says priorities for capital improvements in the first 3 years of the long-term plan through to 2023-24 include, and it's got a few things. And I guess when I looked through this, I feel like there isn't a focus or a prioritisation of kids getting to and from school safely and actively. I feel like speed zone signs is not enough, that we need road crossing solutions around every school and through all neighbourhoods in school communities. And so I guess I don't see any indication that we're really going to address a critical safety issue that it will support modal shift and active, safe, active transport. So,
what?
So through the chair, I think there's a lot of work we're doing in this space, and we're doing the speed management plan, which is coming to council, which is considering the speeds across the whole of Nelson. So, and then we look at other individual aspects. So I don't necessarily agree. We're not giving this our full attention. I think the speed management plan will go a long way to address safety around schools. And we have money in our low cost, low risk under RLTP to address specific issues as and when they arise. And I know that there have been articles in the newspaper about speeding vehicles and children crossing, and we agree that speed is an issue, and we agree that we want children to get home safely to school and safely home every single day, and that's part of what we're working towards.
Thanks, Alec. That's really, I really appreciate that. I think my response was really that there is an itemised line for school speed zone signs, but I feel like that is not really addressing the issue, which is kind of prioritising pedestrians and kids as pedestrians getting to and from school, and that there needs to be a much more dedicated focus on, the neighbourhood around a school and how every single road crossing to and from that school is there is accommodation and allowance for kids to get, to move safely. So, you think that's happening? It's underway.
I do. I don't think we're at odds.
Great. Oh, thanks.
I'm just looking at pages through 120 and 130. There's probably several of the other bullet points are linking across to those issues. And I guess this is the one where the support for modal shift and safety, the bulk of that will be funded through the low cost, low risk
LCLR funding categories. So there's certainly some issues there. And I guess that's one it's probably not for today, but actually I had a look through the National Communities at Risk Register that Waka Kotahi do. It's online. You're going to have a look at that. And so it gives us our profile of where the risks are seen for our region. And it's actually worth going to have a look at. So I guess if we feel they're missing something, so this is something that we feel they're missing schools as a particular area, then we probably need to have that conversation to see if we can actually get them to start building that into that risk register. I know they do older drivers and they do intersections, but actually I'm not sure if they do school zones. So maybe we have a look at that, Alec, and just,
I'll make a note, yes.
That would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Because I think often those near misses are just not captured, and even accidents are not always captured. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I've got page 143, and it's under I'm not quite sure exactly what the document is now, but I've got it highlighted and I've got a note. So it says the risks and associated mitigations linked to the water supply network include the following. And I guess I feel like there is maybe a blindness when it comes to the impacts of forestry harvesting, council's own forestry harvesting on our water catchments. I feel like there is an inconsistency of treatment. For example, mountain biking with returns of 14 million per annum to the city is restricted, like potentially. So in this bullet point here, it says to ensure there is a safe supply of water, water supply catchment controls have to limit the range of recreational activities in the Maitone Roding Valley. So it's kind of it's talking about restricting recreational access, but there is absolutely no discussion or mention whatsoever of the impacts of clearfell forestry on our water catchment. So it just seems like a bit of a blind spot to me.
What page were we on there? I just missed
143.
143 at the bottom, page 20 of the document.
143.
It's under impacts and risks, and risks and associated mitigations linked to the water supply network include the following. So this is specifically related to our water catchments and protecting our potable water supply, and it's addressed it was addressed separately in a report to the Infrastructure Committee relating to the proposed water bylaw that's out for consultation. So that's what that is specifically referring to.
Thank you.
And it's specifically on our water supply.
Yeah, we do have, council has forestry that we harvest in the catchment of our water supply.
That's correct, yes. In the Maitai catchment, yes.
So just, the impacts are not insignificant of forestry on sedimentation of waterways.
I think the focus here is on human health. So that's the regulations that we're dealing with here. So this is if you go through them all, you'll see it's around chlorination. It's about, it's the flow, and it's working through the trunks and making sure we've got everything right. So that's the stuff that Alec has to respond to.
Absolutely, it's potable health, drinking water.
I get it. So, but respectfully, the actual bullet point I'm talking about, it says there should be water supply catchment control. Water supply catchment controls have to limit the range of recreational activities in the Maitone Roding valleys. So they're talking about limiting recreational activities, and there is no mention whatsoever of limiting forestry activities in council's water catchments, which council has clearfell forestry stands in our water catchments, and there's absolutely no consideration of that. So it's just a balancing of something, like recreational use returns $14 million per annum to the Nelson economy, and council's own forestry, a few $100,000 per annum. Log sales, we're lucky.
So I'm not quite sure that we're comparing apples with apples. I mean, if someone is logging inside our forestry catchment, I'm absolutely sure that we'll require them to bring toilets, and there are absolute controls over any health implications of them working in our water supply catchments. Because they're contracted to us, we have absolute control. Whereas everybody we let into our water supply catchments that's tramping, walking, biking, etc., there is a trust system where we ask them to look at the water but don't swim in it. And we like to think that, that they will respect the fact that it's a water supply catchment. So from a health point of view, I'm confident we have far more control over our forestry catchments than we do over every individual person who goes into those catchments.
Okay, yep. So it's just, so probably I misunderstood. I thought it was just like kind of general recreational impacts, but it's more about people toileting while they're in the bush.
It's more about meeting the drinking water standards. Yes.
Yeah, on the next page, but are necessary to meet the Ministry of Health's drinking water requirements. That's what it relates to.
And when I use the word potable, that's exactly what I mean. And I apologise if for those of you who don't understand the word potable.
Yeah, it's all good. Okay, I feel like I've had so much time. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm probably okay for now. I think that I'll see if I've got any others that are really pressing, but you can move on to somebody else for now.
Are you feeling ready for lunch? Yes. Yes. All right, we're going to have a lunch break. Let's take, if we can maybe come back at, I want to make it not too long, so can we come back at 5 past? Would that be okay? Would you mind that? Sort of 40 minutes, just under 40 minutes? Or 10 past? 10 past 1? 10 past 1. Okay. See you at 10. We'll adjourn and we'll come back at 10 past 1. If there's anything you think that hasn't been picked up, if you could just, Nikki and Michelle will just be here for another 5 or 10 minutes, catch up with them then. So if you think there's anything missed, so that we can try and get concluded this afternoon.
Again, so welcome back. We're working our way through the adoption of the consultation document for the long-term plan and related documents, report and attachments. So next round of any final questions to run through. Councillor Sensen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So I've found a few more questions, but I'm still only up to page 255 and it is a 555-page document. So I'll do these and then I'll take a break and let somebody else ask questions while I note the rest of them. On page 182, where it's looking at the levels of service, and this might be a question for Claire Barton, and I guess through the long-term plan workshops, one of the things that I asked a question around is where is the level of service for measuring the health of fresh water rather than just measuring water quality in terms of for bathing purposes. And I understand that in a prior level of service, there was actually a measure for freshwater quality, and I thought that there was going to be some discussion about that being included again. So I'm just wondering
where
what
that's at.
Status of it is. Where is it?
Claire?
So through the mayor, yes, we did have a conversation around that, and I'm still trying to find some good examples from other councils of what that might look like. So this is the draft AMP in terms of where we get to, so it's still got to come back to council for signing off, so I'm working on it.
So then there's a chance it could be included.
Through the mayor, yes, absolutely. That's
Okay,
what I'm
thanks,
yeah.
thanks. My next question is page 191. And under council's priorities for the next 3 years, and it's and under social, I'm just wondering why there's no reference to affordable housing or housing. In the top, the top little section of bullet points, I just think, I guess when I was looking at what from a social perspective, what council's priorities for the next 3 years are, I would have thought housing would have been right up there.
Sorry, through the chair, we're just trying to think which activity that falls under. It's
okay,
right. It's in the city.
Okay, so it's
centre in the consultation document, not in social. But
okay,
it's a good question though.
Yeah, because I'm
What do you
not
think
sure
should
if
be
I
there?
saw it anywhere else, which I think is why I asked about it there.
189. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, housing vulnerability. Yes, it is here.
Okay, great.
Great.
So on the same page then at the bottom of 191, just under the budget and timeline for the library, it says this development will be funded through borrowing with the cost spread over 40 years. So does that mean that we would have it paid back within 40 years?
So through the chair, good spotting. That's another thing that needs to be aligned with so that was the thing we talked about before, that it's actually a 65-year depreciation period, and that needs to be fixed up in the activity as well.
Okay, so it'll be paid back in 65 years? Yes. Yeah, okay. Next page was page 247. Oh yeah, okay, third bullet point down. Droughts will increase the likelihood of forest fires within the water supply catchment, which comes back to the question I was touching on before with Officer Laverdis around the risk that City Council that council has of having its own clearfell forestry within our water catchments. And I wondered whether it would be prudent for council to be considering replanting mature harvested pine forests with more fire resistant indigenous forests. Like, I guess you guys know that I've been asking about this, but there are just so many signals from so many directions about how we really need to be considering. And so I don't think that Nelson City Council should be harvesting immature forest. But as our forests are matured, I do think that we should be really seriously considering replanting in more risk, fire resistant, biodiversity supporting species.
So the Forestry Activity Management Plan has got money allocated to do the thinking around that sort of work. So we've got some project money to start thinking about that. And I think we've got it in year 1 from memory.
Through the chair, that's correct. Is to look
so
at
we could
exactly
do
that.
Yep, so it's in there.
Okay, that's really awesome. Thanks very much. And I appreciate everybody's patience with me bringing forestry up again. Page 249, under mitigation actions, the first sentence, key projects are council-wide emissions reduction action plan. So I guess, do we have an emissions reduction action plan? What is the status of that? Yeah.
Through the chair, the emissions reduction action plan that we have a draft is what it has done is gone through what is planned in the whole 10 years and pulled it together. So it's taken the parts of projects that contribute to emissions reduction to try and compile them together. So that's what we have at the moment.
And I guess where is that? Because elected members haven't seen that.
So we've gone back on this. So part of it was circulated and loaded on SharePoint. We'd have to go back and get that reference, but we haven't gone public because what we're looking at is how we frame it up in a way that will make sense to the community. But you have seen the individual parts through all of the work program as well, and it was extracted and put on SharePoint.
Yeah, so I did read the SharePoint document, but I guess it's still, just, is there a time frame around it? As we go out to the community, I guess we often get asked by people who are wanting to see what action the council's taking on climate change. And I know we are doing a lot. And the John Mackey even commended council for leading in the way our long-term plan consultation document was tackling climate change. But we don't have one place where members of the community can go and see what we're doing. So
yes, and through the chair, we've been working with the chair of environment and community to get that document in a state where it can be put out. It's not a supporting document because it's just repeating things that are actually in the work program, but it could be put on the website as another resource for people to look at. But I'm afraid towards the end of the LTP getting this consultation document ready, we've been overwhelmed by that work, but that is still sitting there and we're hopeful that will be a resource.
I'm hoping it's going to come to the Environment and Climate Committee. So maybe even if it's just to go through a briefing process and work with elected members so we can all know what's there, because it is something that I've certainly been asking, where it's at, but I absolutely understand, Nikki, at the moment you've got to get this out the door and then we'll come back to that. Okay.
And then last question for now, page 255. Kind of last third of the page, it talks about the areas within Nelson that have been identified as being suitable for new urban development in the short term as being Maitahi and Saxton, and the community feedback on the future development strategy supported growth through intensification, and it talks about the areas. Now, I think all elected members and much of the community are aware that there's been maybe a complaint or something lodged with the Ombudsman around the validity of the future development strategy in terms of the Maitahi area. So I'm just wondering, from a process perspective, what are the implications for our long-term plan and the supporting documentation if there is, if the Ombudsman finds that there is a question, questions the validity of the consultation that happened around that. Does it have any implications for our long-term plan and our
So this is a point in time document that we are putting out to support the consultation document, so it wouldn't get changed retrospectively, this document.
So, yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks very much. That's it for now.
And Councillor Neil Stevens, I think we've Deputy Mayor, and then we're done on questions.
Okay, yeah. I just want to delve a little bit into the process both for my own sake and for the public and others around the room. So in front of us, we've got the consultation document and the supporting documents to go out alongside that. The consultation document behind it obviously is sitting a budget, a draft LTP budget, of which sort of the high level we capture in our activity summaries. Correct? Just not along with me.
It's roughly it, and a bunch of other bits and pieces.
And so the formation of that draft LTP was a large chunk of it came through the activity management plan process, of which councillors had it presented to relevant committees and voted on it. Subsequent to that, between then and now, we've had a number of workshops, and within that there have been changes to what was initially proposed in AMPs and things outside of that. And so we've finally sort of reached this point. What has been the decision-making sort of inputs for those changes between the AMPs and now?
Some of them have come through, the big ones, the library one's been through, the financial strategy's gone through. The AMPs don't get updated. So this is one of the challenges, that in order to get all of this out, the AMPs get updated after we do deliberations. So that's one of the things that you've got to look at as you go through. So then you come together today, we build all that work, and then we come together today to say, right, here's the proposal, and we put that out. And part of the reason you have to do it this way is you're working your way through the audit process. So we can't get to this point until all of that work John Mackey and his team have done around those things like is your capital program deliverable and all those sorts of things. So there's, moving around that has to go on.
And I acknowledge that. I guess my concern comes from this isn't a universal process across councils. Other councils take, hold more public meetings of voting on what then goes to audit. And so what's the process? So we've reached this point for things that currently sit in the budget that haven't been voted on, that perhaps there isn't support for, knowing that it's gone through the audit process and we can only make sort of minor changes without snowballing.
What hasn't been voted on that you'd be concerned about?
An example being the $8.25 million worth of asset sales proposed over the next 10 years. A major proposal that hasn't gone to council and yet now sits in this budget.
It sits as an assumption. So within the assumptions, it sits in there. So we'll have gone through a process of building the assumptions documents. So it sits in one of those assumptions, I think. Nikki, that's where it is it? I think that's where you
I believe it's in the activity summary for.
Yeah, through the chair, and it's also mentioned in the activity summary
so you
for
can see it there.
corporation, things like that. But I mean, those items were discussed in the workshops as
As we've gone
well,
through.
and brought through that process.
And Rohan, look, I prefer to do a system where we do a double round, but this time the material just, and you heard John Mackey talk about it, this has been an intense audit process, and that just wasn't possible to go in the two-step process. So we talked about that at the workshops, and I said, right, today's the day we go through all of these and we work through what we've got. And we've got some of the, some of them have gone through because they're big material, the library one is. And then within the bundle of goods that you've got here today, there will be things that you don't support, and there will be things that you do support. And even for me, there are things in here that I don't support and things that I do support. But in a collective, this is the proposal that you put out to the community. And it's kind of if there were things that you, where I felt that there was an absolute allergic reaction to them, they would have been raised in the workshop process. So we'd have known that they weren't going to sit there. So we tested those, we went round through another round, and we went on those things. So there will be some where there is unanimous support, there'll be some where there is, really, really strong majority support, and there'll be some where there's, in the balance, a majority support. And then you work your way through those processes. But at this point, this is here's the proposal to the community stage. And I don't think the officers could have done anything other than what they've done at this point in time to bring it forward to us this way.
I guess what I'd highlight is I think that what we've got from an officer perspective is fantastic work, and would commend all of that, particularly the work that's gone into the consultation document. However, I'm still uncomfortable that we've managed to arrive at a budget that we're meant to be signing out without actually having the space to challenge everything that's in it, and how then signing that out, for me at least, becomes a difficulty.
Well, that's what you'll decide today, whether you feel that this is so wildly not right that you don't want to put it out for consultation, or whether in the mix of it you think it's not all of it you agree with, but there's enough there to put out for you to have that conversation with the community. Because ultimately, we have to have something for the community to give us feedback. We can't, if we don't start the process, we don't get the feedback. So that's essentially where we go. So that'll be up to you as individuals to decide what you want to do.
So I guess with some more questions, acknowledging that that's the point that where we've gotten to now, and also acknowledging that it's still, we're in a position of high work. Have we started to turn forwards, and particularly to Pat, how we're going to avoid situations like this occurring for future LTP?
It's a question for Pat, really?
So the process we've followed this year in terms of the LTP and the discussions is, it's not dissimilar from any other LTP I've been involved with. We have a series of workshops where the Mayor gauges support for different proposals, and based on that, some stay in, some stay out. And yes, there are some that I know that the Mayor is not comfortable with, but there was strong support from the rest of the council, and they're in. And so the whole way through this process, it's a compromise. It really is. And the challenge, of course, is as you bring all the AMPs together, the numbers were too big, particularly the capital budgets, and we had to trim those. And it was fortunate that we did, or otherwise we would have had a note against our consultation document for that too. So this process is not dissimilar. It's just, I think that what you're seeing in front of you represents the majority view on virtually every issue. It's not the same majority for every issue, but and at the end of the day, you have to decide whether you want to support this package of measures, and there's something in there that's you have such an allergic reaction to. Do you vote against it? But you're happy with the other 98%, and that's your challenge. But I don't know how we could have done this much differently. It's very similar to every other long-term plan process that I have seen.
And I guess final question, what happens if this doesn't get signed out today?
Through the chair, we would have to revise it to get to a package that the council would support, and we would probably miss our statutory deadline, so it would be late.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the strategic property statement. Oh, and I did come in at the end, so I apologise for that. Some of the background of that is that council purchased properties over a long period of time, and as you'll probably see, a lot of them are empty, or they've got community groups in them because they've been empty. It is not the best use of ratepayer money or investment. So the purpose of the Strategic Development and Property Subcommittee is to actually have a look at the purpose for the purchase in the first place, which has actually been adopted in this, it's been updated, I see today. It's to have a look at the reasons why those properties were purchased, assess whether they are still valid. If they are, then that's fine. They'll probably be reviewed, and I would suggest 18 months to make sure that they are valid. If they're not valid, then we will look at the best use for those. Now, we are ongoing, we are approached by people who are interested in purchasing or leasing those properties. And until we actually have a look at them, we can't assess that. So we can't move forward. And the number of times that we've had approaches from people interested in doing something and activating spaces, we just don't get anywhere. So that's the reason, one of the reasons why we're doing that. As you know, the subcommittee has no powers to decide. So it's the subcommittee's job to toss around all the ideas, finalise them up and bring them to council for a decision. So that's the purpose of that committee. And I'm very concerned that for many years we've had properties that are prime properties just sitting doing nothing. I think that's a terrible reflection of why we've bought something. Well, some people don't even know because it's been so long. So I'm really strong on actually reassessing just to check in and make sure that we are holding it for the right purpose. So I hope that gives some context of the reason. And yes, there probably will be some sales in there because people want to buy them and do them up and activate them. And that's their particular business at the moment. So I'm not going to go into that. But you know, as they come up, then you'll see them anyway. So everybody will get a chance to have a reaction to any proposals that come. But I think it's an opportunity to tidy up our portfolio, activate those that aren't activated, and look at other options. And I'm not saying we're going to sell them all, but that's one of the keys, one of the things that we could do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the one. So I just want to say that I'm of the view, and I'm only one, but I'm of the view that you start with all options on the table, and as they are deemed to be not valid or unworkable, then they get removed, and eventually you get down to the best option. So that's where that committee is proposing to work. I just hope that sets some context.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Firstly, on page 37 of the agenda, 5.16.3, just staff were going to clarify the landfill fee setting process, because although submissions are received by council, the hearings aren't. So it was something I'd emailed about previously.
So through the chair, yes, we've set up a separate. So all submissions received by the Nelson City Council and Tasman District Council will be referred to the Regional Landfill Business Unit for consideration, and then that will be fed back into the deliberations from council. So we set up those meetings in anticipation of meeting the deliberations deadlines for this council.
Thank you. And then
through the infrastructure committee. Yep.
Page 38, and I'm referring to the sections on the Treasury Management Policy, and my comments also relate to page 102, which is the Treasury Management Policy itself. So you note that, you know, we might need to do some updates to it. So other things that come forward through the deliberation process, or for example, I'm noting page 102, the section on NELMAC, because any decision on the refuse might be through by then. So sort of any changes will all be updated at that point in June. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, through the chair, and we'll bring a separate report, cover report, and try and wrap up a number of issues within that tidy up.
Excellent, thank you. And I just wanted to just note, I was very happy to see the comments suggested addition to the ETS in the assumptions document. I had suggested sort of similar in the Treasury Management Policy, but it was good that it was actually able to be picked up in the assumptions. So thank you for that. Page 71. Yes, so in the commercial rates and the changes to the differential, there was a figure provided at our meeting in February, and I can't remember the figure. is it like 25% or something like that? It was a question I've emailed through earlier. I just felt we could have explained that we're collecting too much rates from our commercial ratepayers as that proportion a little clearer. And there was information that was provided, I think it was at our February meeting, that I thought was a little clearer. Do you remember the email I sent through to you a few days ago?
Through the chair, and I think I responded. I think the figure that you're talking about is the undifferentiated share of the land value. And I don't think that's helpful because I don't think we're saying that we're removing differentials, we're just lowering them. Because there are additional services that the commercial sector do get within the CBD and elsewhere so I think the number that you're referring to is a completely undifferentiated amount, and we're not suggesting we're removing it. What we're doing is rebalancing between residential and commercial, and that we will continue to reassess it each year. And obviously, as we talked about previously, there'll be a revaluation this year, which will probably likely see the residential sector increase in value more than the commercial. So
right, yeah, because I think it was just a proportional one, but it was an undifferentiated proportional figure. Okay, thank you very much. And yes, I think that's that one. Resolution 7, if I can just see that on the screen, please. Thank you. Does that reflect, or do any of the resolutions reflect that there were also changes since the agenda that have been like tabled today, or subsequently circulated?
Through the chair, so other resolutions above talk about tabled documents and amendments made.
Excellent, good. Just wanted to make sure that was captured. Thank you. Page 114. And this might be something that is captured elsewhere, and I know we can't change our forecasting assumptions, but just in the top line, COVID, the response in the mitigation section, the response is a very operational one, whereas we know our organisational as a whole response to COVID is actually a lot bigger than that. And so for budgeting, for example, we look at, the impact of the port income if we were to get back to level 4 and things like that. So while in the forecasting assumption it just sort of has the what we'll do as an organisation, we have actually, though, looked at, or have we, looked as much as possible about sort of the impacts of COVID and how we might mitigate them in our documents, in our AMPs and documents.
So through the chair, I think this forecasting assumption is quite narrow, I agree, and I think we cover more the impacts of COVID-19 on more in our financial strategy and our rates versus debt sort of commentary. I think it's more covered in terms of the impact on the community within those sections of our documents and within the consultation document too.
Great. I mean, I thought it maybe was. I just wanted to sort of get that reassurance, because if you looked at that alone, you don't quite pick that up. And then my final one. Oh, yes, my final one is you had prepared some draft wording for the art section. Did you read that out to us, Eva? I don't recall. I'm sorry if you did.
Oh, yes, so this is for the economic section. So what's proposed is council invests in a range of arts activities, facilities and events, recognising that the arts are essential to the region's economy. The strong economy is a diverse economy and is supported by a diverse and dynamic arts community. And then we'd go on to say, here are some examples of arts projects being supported in this LTP.
Thank you.
Comfortable with that wording?
Yes.
Good, okay, thank you. All right, now who have I got left at the moment? Councillor Brand? And then we might be ready to move those resolutions through.
Thanks, through the mayor. I just got a really simple clarification on page 104 at the bottom. It refers to the building at 23 Halifax Street adjacent to the library, but we've deconstructed that, so shouldn't it just say the land adjacent to the library?
So through the chair, this is in the Treasury policy, so it will be tidied up
Of
when the
course,
version
okay,
comes back.
okay, fine, that's great. Thank you, good spotting. All right, so let's get to now to finish the questions. We're now on to the recommendations in the report. So there's a bit of a sequence to how we're going to do these. So I'm going to move them, and I think the Deputy Mayor is going to second them as we go through, because we have to do them in stages. Just officers, have you done everything you need to do at your end? Yep, okay, so don't go away on this occasion, just in case I need some more help as we go. So the first thing we have to do is to receive the report and all the attachments. So we've got to do the receiving of that. So they'll all be moved and seconded by myself and the Deputy Mayor. So any questions on receiving the report? In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now we have to do a separate resolution required by audit, I think, around resolving that we're setting an unbalanced budget for the next 2 years. And so we have to do that in accordance with Section 100 of the Local Government Act. And this is in relation to the ongoing effects from COVID-19 pandemic on the local economy and its ratepayers, having regard to Section 102. So that's to allow our stimulus to continue, but to not do the unbalanced. So that's any questions on that one? No, in that case, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And now we do the adoption, and I think we do the adoption of the following documents. So it's all of the ones that are going to run through here, including amendments at the meeting. Do we have, hang on, is that where we have the and table documents one as well? Oh, there we go. Do we need that as well? Where'd that table documents disappear to? That's in 7? No. Oh, and tabled. Okay, so we've captured that tabled one. Was anything else tabled? And table doc. Oh, what are we going to do, Robin? Are we in or out? Double it up. Table documents, I think so. And amendments made at the meeting. All right, so that's that list, and that goes all the way down to all those bits and pieces. And this is also the supporting information for the airport company model that we've had today. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. So any questions on what you're doing there? Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is just understanding the process again, sorry, because it's my first long-term plan process. If we approve these today, they form part of the consultation documents. Will elected members have the opportunity to request or suggest changes to these documents before they get finally signed off as part of our adopting the long-term plan in a couple of months? Is that right? We adopt the long-term plan after we've done submissions. So we do consultation, we get submissions from the community, we hear those, then we deliberate.
Yes.
So are elected members going to have an opportunity to influence these documents again or not?
Okay, and that would be particularly, I think, in relation to the Treasury management policy that we've discussed several times today. Is that what you're thinking?
I've got probably a couple of things. Some of them are just really minor, but
through the chair, certainly for a document where that makes sense. So, for example, financial statements wouldn't be something we'd go back and change, based on discussion, because that's a factual laying out.
Yeah, sure.
But certainly, I mean, you could choose to change your community outcomes based on submissions.
And so things like the Treasury management policy, like in terms of how we, I guess, define our assumptions around forestry, council's forestry, or what we decide to do with the revenue from the forestry, or, there's other things. It's just the first thing that came to mind. There is still an opportunity to request changes to those through this forthcoming process.
I'm not clear on that, so I just want to...
Through the chair, I think there's some confusion here.
Yes, I think there is.
The Treasury management policy used to form part of the long-term plan and have to be adopted as part of the long-term plan. But then the legislation changed and it can actually just be, it doesn't need to be consulted on and it just needs to be adopted by council. So the cycle is out of sync. So we quite regularly change the treasury management policy if there is something that changes around how we manage our financial instruments, for example. So it was last, so it still needs to be provided as supporting information. But it does follow a completely separate process. It doesn't have to have submissions or anything for us to be able to make changes to it. And
right, Councillor Sansom, follow-up question?
Yeah, so I just want to be really clear that if we adopt this today, and then I propose a change and, you know, miraculously there was majority support for it around the table, at some point in the future, we wouldn't have to then go out and consult with the community. Because I guess.
So the treasury management policy can be adopted by council with no consultation.
Okay.
Thank you. Pat wants to say something.
So if
but none of it's going to slow the meeting down.
If we're going to consult on a document and asking for submissions, then normally we would only make changes in response to those submissions. And if you're going to make some massive change, you'd have to be careful that you may have to go out and consult again. So that's the expectation, is that changes in response to public submissions. You don't have carte blanche to change a document that you went out to the public. That, oh, look, we've changed our mind and now we want to do this, and we hadn't talked about it with the public at all. So there are constraints about what you can do between now and adopting the LTP.
But the gist of this is those some of them are there as supporting documents, and we don't have to go through a consultation process to change those. That's a decision of council, so they can happen. All right, any other questions? And then I'm going to go to put this.
I'm still struggling a little bit to get my head around the activity summaries and how they reflect the activity management plans, which is 5.21, page 38 of our agenda. So following on from the consultation process and the feedback we've given when we've adopted the draft activity management plans, that those will be updated. Will the summaries, so are the summaries just there to assist the community to read a summary of the activity management plan rather than, so how does that, are they going to be changed as well following on?
So through the chair, they're quite separate things. So you don't have an activity summary for each. I mean, some of those activity summaries might have 4 AMPs feeding into them. Some, like corporate, don't have an asset management plan. What we're saying is the asset management plans will be on the website, people can see them, but there's a covering sheet saying these are not reflecting the LTP. There have been decisions made since they were approved by council and the LTP has moved on. The activity summaries are descriptions of the activities that council has divided its work program into and are just reflective of what is in the work program. So yes, if you change at decision time something that reflects in an activity summary, that will be updated before that is printed as part of the bound long-term plan. Okay, all set. All right, so no other questions. In that case, I'm just going to speak in support of adopting the consultation document and the material that's sitting here. I think, as we discussed before, there never has been, every time I've done this, been everything that I like or you like, but in the mix of what we've got, I think we've done the best that we can with a set of circumstances that are actually quite challenging, where you've heard the auditor today speak about the areas of focus that Audit New Zealand wanted to see in the documents. They wanted to see a focus on COVID-19 and how we were responding to that. I think we've approached that well. They wanted a focus around climate change, and their expectation is that local government will be thinking and acting and responding to climate change. And you've heard Mr. Mackie today that he thinks we, from what he can see there, we've done a very good job of doing that. We've gone through and really thought about the financial strategy and how we're going to approach this. And look, I'd always love to be going out to the public with you know, with a lower rate rise. But what we've done is we've gone through and through our pre-engagement and our annual plans, we've listened to our community, heard from them what is important to them, and we've put together, I believe, a fair reflection, not of everything, because some things we were asked for that we didn't put in. So, and some of those things haven't got in because we just haven't got the financial capacity to do them at the moment, or they didn't have the support. But we've actively listened to our community, thought about that, and put together a package. Now the challenge is to go to the community and say, right, this is what it looks like and this is what it costs. And now if there are things that you don't think we should be doing, then we want to hear from you. If there are things that you really support, we also want to hear from you. If you think there are things missing, again, we want to hear from you. And it is a process that I think is really worthwhile. I think it's a great opportunity for us to engage with our community and continue to hear and work on things. I think the proposal for the library is going to stimulate some really interesting conversations, and it'll start us thinking about actually if we're going to proceed with that development, actually it's all about experience, isn't it? And that's what our public want to talk about. They want to talk about placemaking and they want to talk about experiences. And that's actually what placemaking is, as we talked about the other day, didn't we, Councillor Courtney, around experiences. So I'm happy with what we've got here. I think it gives some really good questions to our community. I think it's stimulating the right debate, and I'm going to be really interested to see what we get back in submissions. But it's also going out, and I want to be really mindful of the context it's going out in. For many people in our community, the impacts of COVID-19 and the impact of unaffordable housing is really impacting their well-being. And this is a plan that has wellbeing as at its heart. That's what we said we wanted to do. I've watched the plan come together and I can see that our officer team have really thought about that as they've built the activity management plans, as they've come through and thought about the policy direction that we're going to take. So again, we just need to be mindful that financial circumstances are varied in our community. There are people who, for the first time in their life, are out of work. And I'd love to say to them, you know, look, don't need to pay rates, don't have to do that. But actually we do, and we've all got to try and make a contribution. We've really thought about the rates for emission process. We've thought about the uniform annual general charge, and we've adjusted that a little bit again this time, just to be mindful of households where incomes may not be as high as other households. And so we've thought about some equity in what we're doing there, or we're just being able to balance that out. So hopefully there's a package there that you can support. I know you won't support everything, and I just say when you're thinking about voting, think about materiality. So, you know, think about, yes, there might be something there that you don't support, but in the context of the whole plan, in the context of the you know, what is currently a $1.8 billion enterprise, just think about the materiality of whether that's the thing that would make you vote no. Because a no means we don't go and talk to our community. And, you know, if we get that, that's at this point, it's so let's go and have the conversation and put these things out here. And I know for some of you, yes, you're not too sure about that holding company model. You're just not sure about that option. But what I do know is that if we don't put anything out there, we're never going to find out the answer. So we might as well go out there and see. And I think the officers have thought very carefully about that in terms of making sure that we've accurately reflected the fact that the two companies have different views on it. And I'm pleased they've made those changes. So I hope you can support this today. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Courtney.
Yes, you drew me out, Your Worship. You really did on that last phrase. Look, I think I'm very comfortable with the 99.5% of this document. And I just want to make mention, and I know you will probably at the conclusion of this debate, make mention of the tremendous contribution of our management team, our senior management team, and they're sitting there today and up the back. The hours they put in, tremendous hours, working on this document for us to present, and it's a very credible document. And the part I like most about it, it has a jobs component overriding practically all of our expenditure, and this is just what we want at this time. I think there are uncertain times ahead this year. I like to be optimistic. People don't like negative talk or speak. So we won't dwell on it any longer, but we are doing our best through this review of our long-term plan, this consultation document to generate jobs in the community. And they are the basis of a sound community, family and everything. When jobs are available, it has a steady influence on all or everything around us. No, Madam Mayor, I'm not happy. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for the airport company. And I'm so pleased it's been put in here that the airport company board prefers option C, because they have done so well as a company. They have produced a below budget airport terminal. It was within budget, I should say. And they've come through and they said some remarkable things when they were before us the other day that I hadn't heard before. One was that their passengers throughput, was way beyond all expectations. Their property revenue was up 20%, all these types of things. And I think we should be encouraging them and not distracting them with this proposition we've got in here with the merging. If two parties doesn't want to merge and the other one does, it's fraught, I think, with, unfortunately, challenges for the whole idea. And I don't want the community to think, as it seems to be, that we're looking at it to save tax, because there's a feeling in the community that the merging together, if it's to save taxation, well, that's not going to be well received. And there's talk of less debt on the books of this council and TDC, and it'll go over to the holding company. But still, in reality, the loans money is still ours to deal with. Even though it's transferring to the holding company, it's still a debt for this council and a debt for the TDC. And so all in all, I have great reservations, and I just don't think that we should be doing this at this time. The idea has been born out of the port company. It's their idea. It came forward 8 years ago and was declined, and Councillor Rainey rightly asked, and we haven't heard why it was declined last time, why it was turned down. I would have liked to have seen that. So we'll have time, I imagine, to get this sort of information as we work our way through the consultation period. Quite frankly, I have an obligation for those in the maritime industry and the aviation industry that have shared their views with me, that cannot put their heads above the parapet because of their positions they hold. And I won't use some of the words, colourful words they expressed to me about the scheme. Now, I respect, of course I do, the management team here at this council, every single one of them. And I do at TDC too. I've got to know them as well. But look, I don't want to be disrespectful. The people that are communicating with me are in the real world. Sorry? No, I know, you see it. And they think, well, my word, the two businesses are quite different. There are no synergies at all, other than cargo and the very important role that the airport plays. They carry a human cargo. They carry a human cargo, and they've got to be so particular about safety and all those sort of standards. Very special cargo. And I can't say that it can be covered by insurance if it's lost to any degree, as it possibly can be at the port company. So there are a lot of things that I think this firm needs encouragement. The airport company needs encouragement. They've given us a new terminal. They've come through, they've got it. It's all within budget. They've got all their finances in place. Just let them get on with the job and do the excellent job they're doing. And don't try and bring them in under the one umbrella. I think the port company has a lot of improvements to make. When you look at the results of the Napier Port Company alongside Nelson Port Company, you compare those, outstanding results in Napier compared to our own. So there's lots of improvements that can be made. Leakage of product from here, Nelson Tasman, out through Littleton. They should be getting out from behind their desks and talking to the community here in Nelson Tasman, saying, why is this product going through the port of Littleton, not through ours? There's all of these things to do. Now, I commend the port. I commend the port for wanting to diversify.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think this is irrelevant to the document.
Where's my little list?
I'm happy to give way to Councillor Rainey if you'd like to speak.
I'm going to uphold the point of order because I think it's straying well off the subject matter that we're dealing with today in terms of the last few statements around how the port undertakes its operations. So I'm going to uphold that point of order. Now, Councillor Corney, are you speaking for or against? Because I'm just not quite sure. So at the moment,
for it.
You're for. Okay, but you're just expressing yours. But you have got.
I have grave reservations about the merger.
You've got an open mind as we go into the process and hear the submissions.
Yes, and I'm so pleased that officers have clearly stated here the fact that the Airport Company Board prefers option C, and also that the Port Company prefers option A. But the way this is drafted, it clearly shows that there could be a bias around this table, or
Right, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That is disrespectful language. I'm going to point of order on that. No, I'm ruling. I'm point of order, and that's not respectful language at all. We're done. Now, I'd just like to remind councillors that I have allocated 10 points of order for the year, and I think you've used up 5 already, a calendar year. I'm not keeping a tally on who's raised it. No, they're nearly gone. Okay, thank you. Councillor Noonan, I think, is next on my list, then Councillor Moorcock, then Councillor Neil Stevens, then Councillor Laurie, and then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm still recovering from the last speaker. It was quite interesting. As far as relating to what we're talking about today, yes, I do support this LTP going out. I'm dying to hear what the public have got to say. There's so much in this one. This is probably the most ambitious LTP I've had. This is my 3rd one, and it doesn't get any easier, I don't think. I think they all are challenged. The same things apply every time. There's a challenge of the balance that we must give to all the different sorts of things that are wanted, needed, required. But this one's got, it's got the library in it. I think that's a fantastic, ambitious. I've had such a good response from the public. They're so excited about it. They're going, we're going to get this, aren't we? And I said, well, you need to send in a submission. So you do that for us. So there is a lot of anticipation on that particular one. And of course, I'm going to seek as much support for that topic. Whether they like it, whether they don't, I want to hear from them. I want to hear what they've got to say, what the challenges are, which one they pick. There's a range there that they can go for. The tricky thing I think about LTPs is that yes, I don't agree with everything that goes in it. And how could it? It's like a smorgasbord, isn't it? It's just got so many choices in there. But the thing is, the declaration that we made when we were made councillors was to actually use the best of our ability for the Nelson. That's not Nelson, my little friends, or my group, or this group over here, or this group over here. It's actually for the whole. And I think that is a challenge, because we've got to put behind us the things that we bring and the lens that we bring, and actually work out what is the best for the whole. So that's our challenge here. I say it every time, every year, at annual plan, LTP, I'd really like to hear from people that don't normally do it. Can we please find some mechanism where we can actually get the people who never put anything in to come and make it easy? make it easy. We've got people that are very professional and give us a very high level response and submission. But I'd actually like to hear from the people who never come and tell us. But that doesn't make their voice any less than the person who's really skilled at putting in a submission. And actually, I think it would probably be a relief for us, because sometimes they're pretty heavy going. I'd quite like to get some of those lighter ones and some of those ones from the people that just would never do it. So there's the challenge. Let's see how we can get as many people as we can to respond and have a variety of things coming in and make our reading of submissions interesting, because it's usually a challenge. So, yep, I'm supporting this, and I just hope that we get a really wide response this time.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor McGurk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I too will speak in support of the recommendation and in support of the LTP consultation document going out for feedback. I suppose it's a pretty simple question. If you want to know the answer, you better ask the question. And we have posed a series of questions to our community, and I am very keen to hear back from them. I'll just limit my comments to probably the area of responsibility that I have in terms of infrastructure, maybe less so the environment stuff. But in terms of the infrastructure, there is a significant increase in the spend. I think looking at the documents, I think over 71% of our spending is on infrastructure. And that's a clear response to the expectations from our community, is that they're wanting fresh water out of their taps. They're wanting the sewage and wastewater being dealt with appropriately, and it doesn't sneak into the harbour. But it costs money. It costs a lot of money. And we have some constraints. So the two constraints that I'm really interested to hear about. One is that the raising of our debt cap up to 175% in terms of financial policy to basically make this affordable in terms of the impact we have on rates. Now is probably the best time to have done this was probably yesterday, but waiting until tomorrow is probably too late. So the big thing is I really want to hear about the debt cap that we've got there to actually fund the work that we know that needs to do. We have a good understanding of what our infrastructure needs in terms of the three waters requires, and we'll probably be in a much better position than many around the country. We know what has to be done, but it needs to be funded. So there's an opportunity. The other one I wanted to think about is in terms of transport and the constraints we're going to have with Waka Kotahi, is that they are fully committed. So we're thinking of funding coming from Waka Kotahi to do some big whizzy bang projects. I think we may be disappointed there's some funding there that have got it, but we need to work with what's available. So these are the sorts of things I want to hear from our community about. The other one I want to talk about is basically some of the environmental work that's gone on. We have talked about the impact of government regulation requirements, but that's a mere reflection of what our community across the country are expecting in terms of things about intensification, a better urban environment, the fresh water and so forth. That comes at a cost too, and I'll be really interested to hear from the community about that. So there's some big things there that I really want to focus on the big stuff. They're the ones I want to really hear about the community about, funding for our infrastructure and funding for the environmental outcomes. So I would ask members of the council to also support and get this out so we can hear back from our community. And I'll leave it up there.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. Councillor Neil Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to acknowledge the amount of work, particularly from staff and senior leadership that have gotten into developing this document. And please don't listen to these next words. I think this is a perfectly adequate document, perfectly adequate. And I think that there's a problem in that. And that, yeah, I'm going to be supporting signing this out to the public, and I think it's fine. What I worry is that adequate and fine, when we look at some of the key crises that we're facing, isn't going to cut it, and that what this document continues to lack, and I acknowledge part of it is a function of legislation, but it's bold in some ways, but the ways in which it's bold are still sort of the traditional ways in which you'd expect a council to be bold. I don't read this and feel a particular sense of strong vision. There's hints of it, and you start to see it shining through. And I think that's why I really welcome what the public have to say, because I think that they'll be more than willing to give us a bit of a kick up the backside and say, you know, actually we do need to be creative and visionary in addressing things like the housing crisis and the climate crisis, and making our community something that is more vibrant and more exciting than perhaps what it currently stands as. And I think as part of that, I'd be reticent to sort of abnegate our political responsibility in that as well. And I'm sure fellow elected representatives will be going out and getting as many voices heard. And Councillor Noonan spoke of wanting to engage with people who don't normally engage. And I think that it's a chicken and egg situation, is that when you constantly put out similar documents, you are constantly speaking to the same people. And I think that within there's some great changes to that effect, particularly in our social and community activities, where we are pivoting that focus and actually saying that broad strokes regularly miss those often most in need of support, and that actually taking that more targeted approach is something that I welcome. Whether we need to back that up with perhaps more money as well. And these are the conversations that'll come through. And I hope that as a result of this process, we can take what I do currently view as an adequate budget and turn it into something bold and really displaying the leadership that I think has been asked for and is needed in this time.
Thank you, Councillor Neil-Stevens. Councillor Laurie. And then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all the staff and elected representatives who worked on this document to get us to the place that we're at today. A special thank you to everyone. Some of these people are in the room who I know burnt the midnight oil to get us here night after night. It's a huge human effort to get us to this point. Like Councillor Neil-Stevens, there are things in this document, in this plan, that I'm not crazy about, that I don't support. But there's enough in there to make me want to put it out to the public for feedback. Like Councillor Neil-Stevens, I also wish that it was bolder. I wish that it was more transformational. I think these times call for transformational action. To me, the document doesn't really reflect a climate emergency. It more reflects a general sense of climate concern. But that's good. That's better than nothing. I think there are encouraging signs in here, and I'm particularly relieved that I cannot find any mention of the Southern Link in this document, which I think is possibly, I don't think that was the case last time. And I think that sends the right signal to our community about where we're going. I think that it's great that staff have been prepared to really give Waka Kotahi something of a serve in the document in terms of the fact that we're still waiting to get from them their preferred options for the future of transport in Nelson. And I think that the fact we started looking at this in 2015 and that it is now 2021 tells us a lot. I am concerned about like what Rohan was saying, I'm a bit concerned about the number of people who read this document. It's a really important thing, but I wonder just how many people pick it up or read it online. And I was talking about with youth councillors at lunchtime. I wonder if it isn't actually, the number isn't in the hundreds rather than the thousands, which I think is something we all have to be really concerned about. So we all have a role to play in getting this out into the community. And I think everyone around this table has a social media presence. And I think it's really important that we use our platforms to get the word out. And it's not about just sharing council's media release. It's about writing personal stories about why we want the people we care about to care about this document. So finally, I'd also like to say that I love this picture on page 2, that I guess is going into the final product. It is, yeah. It's a picture, it looks like an artwork on Civic House. And I still really like the idea that that might happen one day. So I hope people look at that, feel inspired and feel encouraged.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be short as I can. Hey, as you know, there's times of annual plans I've even voted against them if I felt strongly enough. I'm supporting this, Madam Mayor, and you know, there's topics, as we all do, that we passionately have a view which may not be being expressed in here, but that's part of consultation going out. So I'm very comfortable with the input that I've been able to put in. I've like all of us around the table, been passionate on certain topics, and even though they may not have fruitioned to what I would like to see in there, I'm comfortable. I've had my piece to put into that and kept up with that. You might have seen councillor's comments I put in formally as we each do 2 weeks ago, and the title of that was Importance of Proper Engagement and Decision Making. And I'm comfortable, very comfortable, what we got here is part of a good engagement and decision making. It's not everything that I'd want, but that's not what I'm here for, to get what I want. It's actually yesterday was the opportunity which we undertook to give a view on what we think is best for people. Tomorrow it's to listen now to the people to tell us what they think our decision should be. And I think, as we all do, we come onto this table passionate, visionary, sometimes with an attitude that we know best as an individual. But as tomorrow, we may now listen and may have to calibrate some of that thinking and go, actually, all good intent, this is what I thought we should be doing. They've come back and said, no, actually, we want you a little bit over here. Which we'll carry on doing that. So please, I know councillors are very good at that and I do that very well, is put our listening hats on, and that's what we're there for. And then we'll go from there to make some decisions, and so those decisions will be very difficult. But that's what we're going to be damned if we do, damned if we don't. But thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the staff, and thank you to the councillors at this table to give each of us an opportunity to put into what we can on that.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, thank you. I'll try and be reasonably brief as well. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the staff, and particularly the Mayor and her contribution to pulling this together. I know that there was a lot of storytelling which we had to really try and condense, and it takes time to formulate stories when you're trying to condense them at the same time. I appreciate some of the councillors in the room's concerns about the lack of climate change, but it was also reassuring to hear from Audit that we're showing leadership in terms of our climate change response. And so I'm kind of wondering what other councils are doing. Climate change is really difficult because it delves into every single activity that we do, and you will have heard me go on, but it connects in here and it connects in here. And for me, being explicit in terms of how we're connecting those dots and communicating our climate change response is really important. And we've heard from the community that that's really important to them as well. I've had some emails recently where there's still concerns that our climate emergency declaration appears invisible, that we aren't taking the actions that we should be taking. I believe we are taking them, but we have to get a whole lot better at communicating that to our public. I just wanted to touch briefly in the Climate Change Commission's advice for consultation, which came out recently, and this is advice on rapidly reducing our carbon emissions in the next 8 years. But what's really strongly connected through this document is the importance of creating options. So creating many options and going after lots of low-hanging fruit, as well as being ambitious as to how we reduce our emissions in many different ways. And I do feel like we've managed to communicate that throughout this document. So we're looking at our sustainable transport, we're looking at our public transport, our active transport, our modal shift. We're doing that with our waste minimisation. We're thinking about how we can get food waste diverted from landfill and turn that into compost. We're thinking about it in terms of our biodiversity. How do we plant more trees and restore the trees that we already have? So I believe that we've created lots of options and that we can be multi-pronged in terms of our approach. The principle number 7 in this document talks about leveraging co-benefits and that our actions to meet our emissions budgets and targets should consider the wider benefits, including benefits to health, broader well-being and environment. And again, I guess this is the complicated thing about climate change, is that every time you can achieve a target in terms of reducing your emissions or looking at a future where we're more resilient, we can also be ticking a whole lot of other boxes. And so in some parts of this document, it's the ticking of the other boxes which has been messaged, and I would have liked a little bit more messaging around the climate change response there, but I do know that we're ticking lots of boxes at the same time. I have a few concerns around the activity summaries not connecting the dots enough, particularly the social and the parks and reserves. I think we'll definitely be able to fix that when we go back through the draft AMPs again. So remembering that a just transition is really important, and like COVID, this is a climate emergency. We have 8 years to respond to it. And so supporting our community in that just transition is a really important part of ensuring that everyone can play their part to reduce their emissions. So that's a conversation which is important to have too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd also like to pass on my thanks to staff for the huge amount of work that's gone into this. I fully respect the amount of effort that's very evident. And I echo Councillor Laurie's concerns about how many people will actually delve into this document. Maybe we could follow in the fine footsteps of some of our Christian community who gather on the church steps and read out the Bible once every year. I noticed them there, and I think it takes them a whole weekend to read it right through. Perhaps we could gather one lunchtime as a group with a nice big PA system and read out the consultation document page by page to interested passers-by. Maybe not. Councillor Laurie also mentioned that there was no mention of the Southern Link, and on reflection, it's interesting. There's no mention of the Performing Arts Centre either. 10 years ago, it was absorbing all of our thoughts and energies, and it's interesting how things come and go. Will the big projects in the CLTP come and go? That remains to be seen. But what I personally feel is that I'm not going to go down the path again of saying at the end of this process, well, I don't agree with this, but I'll vote for it anyway because I'd rather see something happen than something not. And I've done that before on numerous occasions around this table. Numerous occasions. Over Green Meadows, over the Trafalgar Centre extensions, a whole lot of things where I didn't agree with what was going ahead, but I said at the time, okay, I'll vote for this because I'd rather see something happen in the city than not. I'm not sure that I'm going to do that anymore because I think there's a real danger in that. And the danger is that we end up getting a whole host of projects that happen around the city that seem to mark Nelson as a town that almost could, but didn't quite. And I think we've got to make sure that we get things really right. And that's why I'm really looking forward to hearing what the public have to say about some of the issues that we brought up. I was refreshed to hear that Councillor Noonan was very clear in saying that in terms of strategic property considerations, that it will come back to full council, because I certainly hope that whatever those considerations are, because I certainly hope that is something that will happen, because I would hate to think from a creative, innovative, smart little city that the best idea that we can do as far as strategic property assets would be to just sell them off. I would hope that we would come up with some more creative possibilities to consider. Anyway, for the moment, I am going to support this because I'd rather see something happen than not, but I'm not quite sure that that's going to be my long-term position. Thank you.
Thank you. No other people have indicated they wish to speak. Councillor Sanson now has.
Thanks, I'll keep it short and sweet like I usually do. So I guess I also want to really acknowledge the staff, the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor. I know that you've been working around the clock in the last few weeks. It's been a huge effort, and just well done to everybody. This looks good. Looks really good, and it sounds good, but I am speaking in support, by the way, so it's okay. but I have reservations. I'm not sure that it really addresses the needs of our community. It's certainly bold. Nobody can argue that investing 45 million in a vulnerable location isn't bold. And maybe we can come up with a way to protect that investment. I certainly hope so if the community tells us they want to see it go ahead. But does this plan really deliver to the needs of our community? Does it really address the housing pressures? Is it enough to see a step change in the way we get around in modal shift? Are we delivering to the community in terms of providing safety and ease of mobility for pedestrians and cyclists? I'm not sure that it does. I have environmental concerns and I have some climate change concerns, some of those which have been addressed by elected members already, so I'm not going to touch on them again. So I really want to hear what the community have got to say about this. For me, supporting this today is not an endorsement of this document. It is an endorsement of the hard work by everybody in this building and around the table. And it is an endorsement of wanting to hear what the community think about what the plan is for the next 10 years. Thanks very much.
Just going to quickly give a right of reply. I said when we started this process it was going to be the hardest LTP that I'd had to work on to bring forward, and it has been. It hasn't got any easier as we've moved through the processes. COVID made it difficult as we had revenue streams that were, impacted. We've been responding to create stimulus within this economy and focusing on jobs. And I want to acknowledge the really positive work that's come through, particularly our infrastructure team, but also our environment team, to really work on job creation and meaningful jobs within our community. That's so important, and that's what you're seeing reflected in this plan. But it came with some curveballs that were not fabulous. As you know, we started off as I talk about building this plan as, you usually think you're coming in and you think you sort of know where you are, and then your assets get revalued, and before you even get out the door, you've got a 3% rate rise straight up on depreciation from asset revaluation. That's not a great place to begin. It makes it very difficult. So I know there are projects in here where I might have wanted to, you've talked about being bold, and there are ones in here where I might have wanted to push a bit harder, or I would have wanted to see, some greater capital commitment, and particularly around, say, perhaps around city centre, or to be further along with our housing matters. But what I'd say is that we're probably in the best position ever, and we've certainly taken housing seriously, and we are about to have our housing reserve available, and so the Deputy Mayor's subcommittee will be working through on those criteria to bring to council. And so for the first time, I think we as a council can really actively be working in partnership and meaningful partnership to see some of those innovative housing projects come forward. And so for all of you who are sitting here listening to Dr. Kay Saville-Smith, when she came in to speak, well, that's inspirational, and that's the sort of work we want to be doing. And I think we're absolutely well positioned for that. So I feel very positive about that. Always when you put together a plan, there are competing demands, and Councillor McGurk focused on the financial strategy and the balancing between rates and debt. Yes, we could have kept the rates lower, but we would have had the debt higher at the end of this. And I have a real responsibility, as we all do, but I feel it really keenly in my role, that I have to leave choices for future generations and future mayors of the city. I don't want to be leaving the city with a debt to revenue ratio of because we could go up to 300% if we wanted to. I don't want to be doing that, because I don't think that leaves a lot of choices for the future. So we've taken a pretty conservative position around debt. It looks like it's increasing, a lot over those 10 years, but if you actually look to the debt to revenue ratio, it hasn't moved that much actually over the time frame. So you're looking at it'll peak a little bit, and then it'll actually be, still not that dissimilar to what it is today, maybe 10, 20% above what it is today, 20 to 30 maybe, sitting in that sort of space. I'm really excited about the science and technology precinct opportunity. I think if we're talking about a smart little city, you're seeing one of the big game changers if that one can come to fruition. And again, when I think about the library development, it's really that opportunity for us to be an ideas generator at a community level, a place where people can innovate and think. But it's also so important for social connection, that it's a place where anyone can come through the doors. It is no ticket required, open all day. You can just come and sit and be. You can come and learn or just relax, and it's a place for everyone. And I think that's pretty important. So as we go out, I feel very strongly, some people in the community may say, why a library is important. Well, they better have half an hour to talk to me when I talk to them as to why they're important, and even more after that. So I hope that generates a fantastic conversation. I do want to thank all of you as elected members. You've been through lots and lots of workshops and meetings to get through this point. You've worked through all of your committees, and I'll acknowledge that you do the heavy lifting on those activity management plans, particularly the chairs of committees I want to acknowledge, and the group managers who go through, and the activity managers who build those activity management plans. And they have to all come together through this process, and they represent a wide body of work from every level of this organisation. The team who've been working on particularly bringing the CD together over the last period. Yes, we're a bit short on sleep, team, aren't we? So I'm looking forward maybe to getting a little bit of a few more hours kip this weekend, hopefully, and I know you will be too. So I really appreciate the work that you've done. It's been really good working with you. I hope that I think we've all learned a lot through this process, and we're certainly, in terms of the contribution that we've had from audit, I do just want to acknowledge John Mackey, who has worked really closely with us. It's not an easy job to be part of an audit process. It's not, it's challenging at our end as we're trying to respond, but also he's been very busy making sure that we could get through to sign off today, and that's taken for the audit team, as he said, a lot of hours of work. And yes, there may be a cost associated with that we will negotiate later on, potentially. But the worst thing we could have had was to lose our space in the audit process, because then I'm not sure that we would have got back into a space, because those staff are so under pressure around the country. So we had our deadlines, we've got it through, and I think that's a really good thing and a credit to everyone involved. So Pat, thank you to all of your team. I know that the preparation of a consultation document, a long-term plan, impacts every part of council. Doesn't matter which part of council you work in, it impacts. It's like the biggest project we do for 3 years, and it requires everybody playing their part, backfilling for other staff while they're working on these things. So really, thank you very much. So when we go to move this, we're going to do these ones, and I'm probably going to do, I'll do 4 as well. So I'll just scroll through, because that means we're doing all of this one, and then up to 4, which is the adoption of the rates remission policy concurrently, and the revenue and financing policy. And then I'm going to do the next ones in a group, and then the next ones. So those are the ones we're doing now. So that's the suite that we put out. Okay, so I'm going to put the motion, sorry, question, Councillor.
Sorry, just a request. Is it possible to do, like I'm 5, 6, 7 and 8, are you planning to do those as a suite?
No, I'm going to do 5 and 6, and then I'm going to do 7, 8, 9.
Is it possible to do 5 on its own?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you. Now we got to 5 is the next one. So 5 is any questions on the significance of engagement policy and relation to this matter? No? Okay. In that case, no questions. It's been moved and seconded by Deputy Mayor and myself. Councillor Sansi, your microphone on.
Yeah, I've got a question. Sorry, I'm just framing this up as I sit here. I did raise this at an Audit and Risk Committee meeting, but I'm really concerned that we have got something like 10,000 people in the community, it's about 20% of the community, who are very concerned about proposed subdivision up the Maitai Valley. And this recommendation here says, having considered the council and the importance of other matters to the district and its communities. So I feel like we're not addressing that issue and not taking any steps to acknowledge the concern and consult in any way. And I know that there is a separate process that will happen through the Resource Management Act. but I don't feel like the response that the future development strategy consultation is sufficient now that we have all been circulated the information around the responses to that, and that the Maito Valley wasn't even referenced in that consultation process. So I'm just raising that I'm concerned, that's all. And have we taken it into consideration? Like, have we considered the views of 10,000 people in the community through the lens of our significance and engagement policy in this long-term plan?
Well, given you already know that a plan change process is a Resource Management Act process, given that we haven't got a proposal, even though people have had views about the proposal we haven't got, given we're explicit in here that proposal is not, contemplated within here, so I don't think that your questions are relevant to the matter in front of us today.
Okay, so then maybe reframing it would be that we have documents that we are accepting that reference the future development strategy and identifies the Maito Valley as one of the areas that we have apparently as a council through consultation identified as acceptable to the community for development. But I'm not sure that that is actually the case. Like, I'm new to council. I've only been here a year and a half. I wasn't here for the future development strategy consultation, but it seems that there are some questions around it. And I'm just concerned that we're not considering it with the degree of significance and engagement that we should be.
So, Councillor Gino, I'm going to say I don't think your questions are relevant to the matter that's in front of us today. And I'm not going to point of order you because I've only got 5 left for the rest of the year. So I'm going to move on. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, now we're on to the next section, which is receiving the audit opinion. And we're good to go on that one? Yes. And can we do and we'll do this one and then we'll do the last lot. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And then we've got 7, 8 and 9. Just check that, including table documents. We adopt, agrees the consultation approach, delegates minor editorial amendments. Okay, what do we have to do? All right. Any questions on that suite? Nope, happy with that. All right, just before I put it, again, I just want to really acknowledge that the engagement through the steps that we're going to do now are really important. There's a whole team working on building that engagement. We'll be really encouraging all elected members to help participate in that process and in various ways to make sure that we're connecting with our community. We have some of you have, I know, a goal of there being as few submissions as possible, and others want lots of submissions, and then you decide whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. I never know, so I always have to say that I'm always interested when we put it out as to what will generate the debates in the community and what we'll hear from. I actually quite enjoy getting a good, number of submissions over a range of topics, and I particularly enjoy getting the submissions that have brilliant, great ideas that we haven't thought about. So this is a creative, innovative community. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those brilliant submissions come through. And again, just want to thank all of the team, particularly Deputy Mayor, who has been working alongside me on this now for well over a year. It's a big run up to get this here. And so thank you, Judine, for all of your support. I'll put the motion, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Righty-ho, that's that matter dealt with. But sorry, team, you don't get to escape. Have a 5-minute stretch. And then I think you've got development contributions policy next up. And the Deputy Mayor is going to chair the meeting. I've just got to pop out for a Zoom call.
So we will resume the meeting. I'll just start with, we are very close to 3 p.m, so we will need a resolution to extend the meeting. So moving by Councillor Bowater, second by Councillor Noonan. Okay, any questions? All those in favour? Against? That's... That was... Don't tempt me. Yeah. Okay, don't tempt me. Okay, that was carried. Thank you very much. Right, we will now go to review of development contributions policy. So we get to go all the way to page 447. Yay. And we have Chris and Lisa here. Thank you very much for your patience. You were due here quite a little while ago.
Thank you. Really, just got an amendment to make to the consultation document. I'm not sure what page it is on your pages. Ours doesn't quite match, but it's right at the back. It's the last attachment. Under the second heading there, proposed significant changes to the policy, it says the proposed significant changes to the development contributions and financial contributions policy 2008.
Sorry, Chris, do you have a number or a something close to a number? Rohan, can you show Chris your...
It's 543.
It's the pretty blue one at the back.
543?
Yeah, 543, that's it.
5.43.
543. The page number 543. Sorry.
Ah, okay. I'm on page 447.
Yeah.
On the...
Everyone.
Oh, on the entire thing. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. And then Chris.
So
yep, thank you.
The second heading there, the first sentence after that, so under proposed significant changes to the policy, that reads the proposed significant changes to the development contributions and financial contribution policy. The and financial contributions policy should be deleted. Because we didn't have financial contributions in the 2018 policy. It was development contributions only.
Thank you. Does everyone understand that change? Yeah. Lovely. Okay, anything else you wish to highlight?
No, happy to take questions and just deal with them as we go.
Lovely, thank you very much. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you through the chair. Kia ora. Page 455, 5.24. It says the exemptions that remain in the 2021 policy. So my question is, why are we not including or considering exemptions for sustainable buildings or homes? Wellington has adopted this and it's also recommended by the New Zealand Green Building Council.
Through the chair, so this policy has been developed after we've had a couple of workshops with council, and we haven't really had any direction that council wanted to consider exemptions for sustainable or environmental building activities through the development contributions policy. The development contributions policy is council's other funding tool apart from rates. It's not really the place for council to financially incentivise types of activities. And when we have other examples where for instance, we have a heritage fund where we incentivise people to upgrade their heritage buildings. We have a specific fund set aside and we have a process for evaluation. So it's officers' view that if we wanted to incentivise sustainable building, then we should set up a fund and administer that separate from the development contributions. And I understand that Jane Budge is doing some work on investigating how we can incorporate environmental standards more throughout development activities. And so we could ask her to look into this for her report back.
So thanks, I really appreciate that, Lisa. My response to that would be is that I have raised it, like I did raise it in an appropriate environment where all council members were present in a workshop or a meeting. Wellington City Council has adopted this as part of their development contributions policy. So obviously it's not an unusual thing to do, and they must have felt that it was sufficiently advantageous. I think if we are really serious about climate change and trying to get people to build more sustainably, we should be pulling all the levers that we can and incentivizing that. And, you know, sustainable buildings cost more. How are we going to get the community adopting those if we don't give them financial incentives? So why don't we do this and set up a fund so that there's double benefit? Anyway,
I'll just go to Officer Barton.
So through the chair, there was a discussion at the Environment and Climate Committee meeting, the last meeting, where we talked about trying to incentivise a range of things from sustainable buildings through to green buildings, through to, you know, there was a raft of things that we were thinking about. Tiny homes was part of that conversation. So Jane is going to pull together an entire report which thinks about all of those levers. So we're not pulling one lever without thinking about the implications on others. And bearing in mind that the development contributions policy can be reviewed annually. So it's not something that is going to be a hindrance once we've actually done the strategic thinking about what all those options might be.
So we wait another year before we potentially incentivise people to consider sustainable building.
So through the chair, what I'm saying is that we need to consider all of those levers rather than diving in and looking at changing the DC's policy now when we haven't done that thinking first. So I'm saying, yes, potentially if we were going to use DCs as the lever, it might be another year, but I suspect that when we bring the report forward, that's not going to be the best lever to actually incentivise those sorts of outcomes that you're seeking. I think there'll be other things, such as Ms. Ghiberlini has outlined, around some sort of financial incentives, some sort of fund, something else. So those things will be things that we need to look at and consider.
Okay, respectfully, the New Zealand Green Building Council, which we are a member of, recommends this, and Wellington City Council have adopted it. So that seems to me quite a reliable, like peak body that is recommending it, and one of, you know, the...
So have you got a question there? Because we can't do debate yet.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Two questions. First, next steps on page 464 sort of sets out how we're going to do the consultation, and I'm just going to need to ask, are there going to be hard copies available at different places? Because we had people coming in last week saying they couldn't get hard copies at downstairs. Are we going to have hard copies available for people if they want a hard copy of the policy?
We can certainly get some produced and put in the library and down in reception. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is on page 484, and I'll just have to pull that up myself. Page 484 talks about other exemptions, and under 7.9 it says an application for an exemption must be made to the Group Manager Environmental Management prior to an invoice being issued. I just want to raise the fact that someone received an invoice last week, but they weren't expecting it. So how are you going to know whether you're going to need to ask for an exemption if you don't know that you're going to get an invoice?
Through the chair, I guess it is presumed that people who are undertaking developments are doing their due diligence and are aware that development contributions apply. They certainly get that advice when they come into a duty planner or building consent officer, and they get that advice via the website. There have been more than one occasion when someone has sought an exemption after their invoice has been issued, and we have considered it. I guess we're trying to give some good administrative direction here, because it's hard to, once an invoice has been issued, and if it's not paid, it goes off for debt collection. In the time that it takes an exemption to be considered and a report to come up to council, it's hard to unpick that. So it's definitely a preference. I guess we haven't applied any hard and fast rule. We've never knocked anyone back and said, well, we can't consider you for an exemption because your invoice has been issued.
Okay, so I just need to say at this particular one, they did come in early. They weren't told that there was an invoice to come. They weren't even aware they were going to have to pay development contributions, even though they had been in and spoken to a planner. So the word, I guess the word I've got an issue with in this case is the must. A must means that you've got no way of, you have to. So whether there's any flexibility in changing that, the other alternative is that somebody submits, but I mean, to submit to change one word, is that, what are your thoughts on that?
Through the chair, I don't think there'd be any harm in changing it to should, since that's the way that we treat it.
Yeah, and if and that way is a little bit more flexibility or on your part to have some sort of thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fulton.
Look, I just want to pick up on Councillor Sanson's questions, and I do feel like Councillor Sanson has written a fairly clear email which should have been circulated amongst all staff on this issue already. So even if it wasn't raised during the workshop, it has been raised as a one way we can support sustainable housing. And we have our city centre residential developments as an incentivisation to try and encourage people to build in our CBD. So my question is, why is that okay as an incentivisation tool, but you're saying that an incentivisation tool which would exempt Green Star houses or tiny houses or something else not seen as an acceptable way of incentivising the kind of houses we want to see?
So through the chair, I guess the city centre waiver came about through a series of workshops and direction from council to officers, and that's why it was drafted at the beginning when we first did it in 2015. It also, what that does is incentivising supply, and it is very easy to administer because you're either in or you're out of the city centre. Officers considered that there was less full council direction when we started this process, when we had the workshop and we started drafting the policy. I have received an email from Councillor Sanson, but that was 2 or 3 weeks ago when the policy was nearly complete. And it would take quite a bit of work to figure out how we would administer a DC partial or full exemption for if it would be Homestar or if it would be aspects of sustainable design. And we would also need to try and figure out how much revenue we would have lost, because those developments still have to connect to our system. We still have to provide capacity and services to them. And so even though I acknowledge that we do have a inner city centre waiver, it is still my officer view that the DC's policy isn't the best mechanism to incentivise types of activities that we want, and that we are better off to keep separate the mechanism that we have to collect revenue to pay for growth, separate from the other types of activities that we might choose to incentivise through funding or grants or whatever other system.
So just to check then, are you implying that you don't support the city centre waiver?
Through the chair, I do support incentivising development in the city centre, and I guess what I'm saying from a true perspective of what the DC's policy is meant to do, it isn't a tool for incentivising different activities. It's a revenue collection tool.
Okay.
So I would have preferred if the city centre waiver was a separate fund administered under the long-term plan, not through the DC's policy.
So I just have a couple of subsequent questions in that regard. So when we declared a climate emergency and through our annual plan, we agreed to cast a climate lens over all of our activities. And we know that housing has a significant embodied carbon. We know that we have a housing crisis. We need to build a whole lot more houses, but how we build houses needs to be done quite differently into the future in order to meet our zero carbon sort of aims. So why hasn't this piece of, and I know we've started the piece of work now, but I guess I'm really surprised that this hasn't come through this process, and that even if it was something like suggesting, so to me, the city centre residential developments, moving that to being unlimited in number, are we going to have an urban design panel check that they meet some sustainability standards? Could we have and I've asked repeatedly, can we get the urban design panel to incorporate climate change principles? How are we going to line up getting the kinds of houses built that we want to get built? And how can we use this tool to support that?
So through the chair, I might kick off in terms of responding. So the aspects that you're talking about, Kate, are around buildings and the components that go into buildings and what the style might be, etc. What the DCs do is it's a step back from that, and it's looking about how we might actually fund our infrastructure and our reserves. They're dealt with well before decisions are made on building materials, etc., that go into a particular building. So the conversation about trying to incentivize different building materials and how you might deal with that is part of that bigger picture strategic thinking we're doing at the moment.
Okay, that's really helpful, but I guess I'm a little concerned about saying we can have unlimited numbers of residential developments if we don't know what kinds of buildings they're going to be built of. If we're truly trying to incentivise inner city living, then we also want to be incentivising the kinds of buildings that we want to have built. So how do we address that through this process?
So through the chair, what we will do is part of that other report that we'll be bringing forward, we'll say what sort of things do we need to do to message out to the community about the sort of outcomes that we're seeking for building styles, materials, etc., and message that out. The other thing is that when people do come in, even in the city centre, more often than not, if it's a bigger project for residential, they will seek urban design panel input anyway. That's normally part of our standard process.
And through the chair, if I could just add that the reason why we propose to take away the restriction of 30 HUDs per year for the city centre waiver is not because we're anticipating that we're going to get 100 or 600 of them. It's because it's really hard to administer and it encourages a first in, first served process. We've never, over the average of the years that we've had this waiver, we've never had on average more than 30 per year, but we have had developers who will sit there on their proposal and wait for another 6 months for the financial year to come around and the 30 HUDs to refresh. So it encourages, it doesn't encourage great application behaviour. That's all.
Okay, that's helpful. One more question. I have asked in the past when the urban design panel criteria is going to be reviewed. So when's that process going to happen?
Through the chair. So yeah, we are administering the urban design panel and we don't really have on the books. I guess we'll need to negotiate the work program to look at when we might schedule a review of the urban design panel requirements and their assessment matters, I'm presuming.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they should be able to take cast a climate change lens over future developments and ensure that they are effectively doing something to look what the Green Star rating does, but our urban design panel could be achieving those goals as well.
So that is something we could bring to the urban development subcommittee in a workshop, or
okay, we can discuss that. Yeah. Okay, so just a reminder for councillors, we are being live streamed, so you actually need to talk into your microphone. If you're facing staff, we actually aren't capturing it, and it's also hard for our minute takers to hear the questions. Councillor McGurk, please.
Yeah, just one pretty simple question. Looking at paragraphs 5.16 to 19 and the calculation for the Greenfield reserves, the DCs, I get that you've taken the value, but I'm just wondering when that valuation is done. Is it the beginning of the calendar year or is it a rolling 12-month? Bearing in mind that if you set the date there, it's effective and it's quite a difference between the new subdivisions about the values. If it's a revenue gathering.
Through the chair, yes, that's something we've sort of considered at length. There is a delay in getting reliable sales data for bare sections, and so taking that into account, with us having to develop a policy in time for the 1st of July every year, we would need to look at the calendar year preceding that, just purely as a result of delayed data. In an ideal world, we'd have the data on a daily basis and we'd be able to do it bang on the 1st of July. But we also need to consult on what that level will be as well.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Thanks. Just a quick one. The city centre residential waiver, just to be clear, that still includes the city fringe zone?
That's correct.
And then just, so if you were developing in this city centre, what would be the sort of per HUD payment to council?
Bear with me for 2 minutes, if that. So that would be come into the brownfield one, which would be $20,720 all up. That includes the reserves contribution as well.
But that would also be less whatever was on the site at the moment, which gets taken off.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. If we have no further questions, the resolutions are on page 48. You'll see there's just been amendment to resolution number 2 to pick up both the one amendment that was made by Officer Pawson and then the amendment as suggested by Councillor Noonan. Do I have a mover for the recommendations? Move Councillor McGurk, seconder Councillor Rainey. Councillor Sanson, did you have a subsequent question? Yes. 448. No. Okay, so thank you very much. Any debate? Okay, I'll put the resolutions. All those in favour? Aye. Against? It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll just have a 1 minute adjournment. Okay, thanks Julian for covering off. Let's do that little hatch there. Right, let's flip back. We'll do the Mayor's report and the status report. So we're going to page 22 and 27. I had an addendum that was essentially you were going to get, but we've actually got it anyway because it was sort of the Mayor's forward really to the LTP. So we've done it that way, which was a little bit
easier. So we've just set out some matters there, and I just have a couple of other things that I want to cover off while we're here. One of them is mentioned in the status report that I'll just introduce it here. So I just want to cover off a couple of things. So you've got the commentary here, update, just a little bit of commentary from the Urban Development Subcommittee Chair. You've got the update on the Remuneration Authority proposal, still working its way through. Then you've got the process around remits, and one of the things we have been discussing at National Council is just trying to make sure that through the remit process we're focusing on the things that will make the waka go faster, the things that are really important to the sector. So go away and do some thinking about that if there's any sort of remit. I don't need you to do it today, and I don't need you to, so we don't need to discuss it. It's really there for your for you to note. But I do want to update you on one matter in relation to remits. So back some years ago, in fact, it was a remit that went up in 2014 through the annual general meeting of Local Government New Zealand. And it was a remit in relation to who would have responsibilities for putting fluoride in the water. And I did, halfway through the long-term plan development stage, go, oh crikey, let's put the fluoride question back in, and that will elicit a whole lot of submissions. But actually it's just those powers have been no longer with us. They are now with the absolutely fabulous Dr. Ashley Bloomfield. So update from Mr. Rob, from Rob Beaglehole by text today. I don't know whether that's just happened today or he's just updated me, and I'm sorry if I've missed it in the news, but so truth out, it doesn't take, so things move. Eventually we make progress on something. Some of you may not be happy about that, but that was the remit from 2014. So that's worked its way through, and good on Ashley. Good on Ashley. So that's good, isn't it? Right. So here we go. Yes. So that's how that. You know, so yes, he does stone sober with COVID. Now he's got fluoride as well. The other matter I just wanted to cover off is I wasn't here for your infrastructure committee meeting. You'll see in the status report on page 28. It's just a little, it's mentioned in terms of the Streets for People project, and there's a little bit of commentary in there about the project's CapEx. So I'll come to that. I'll do it now because I just want to do it in the Mayor's report. CapEx looking at assisting people-focused outcomes with cell-in-place speed reductions of safety, which is transport, 4 lanes festival planning with events and the Pride Crossing, which is a capital project from infrastructure. I just wanted to, I wasn't at your meeting, but I was conscious that it had another step to go through in terms of city engagement. One thing that I want to say is just as part of this process, I want to be really clear that in my mind as Mayor, this is not just about putting a bit of paint on the street, okay? It is not about putting a bit of paint on the street. It's actually about well-being, and it's around engaging and supporting in a really meaningful way, in a respectful way, being socially inclusive and thinking about parts of our community that may be, you know, where there may be vulnerable communities. And for me, this is very much about, this is in our social space, and it's actually about demonstrating leadership around inclusion, and something that I think is a value that makes for good communities and strong communities. I want to really acknowledge that if we are taking these steps, that we need to do it in that space, not just a bit of paint on the street. It's not that. It's really important. And so for me as Mayor, I want to make sure that you as elected representatives of your community, as community leaders, have the opportunity to genuinely engage with actually the people for whom you are trying to include. And so I want to create some opportunities for you so that we are going to meet and talk and hear from our community, from a community from who is saying to us, actually there are real challenges actually in being included, challenges in being able to be respected. And I want to acknowledge that when you raise these really important issues, it's important that you do the wraparound and you support the community and don't leave them in a more vulnerable position. And I want to say that great leadership, really good thinking, but I want us to do it the right way. And so we will move forward on that project. But before we do that, I want you to sit down and really hear and understand and know the experiences so that this is really meaningful for you as elected members. And we can honestly say that we have understood the views of our community. And when we do that, when we're thinking about particular projects, that doesn't mean that we're going out to do community consultation. It means we understand the views of the community for whom we are taking the action. And so we'll organise to try and do that over the next period. Been talking with Councillor Bowater and how we can, she started some initial conversations and had some conversations with Q Youth, and I know Councillor O'Neill-Stevens has also been really positive and proactive, but actually every elected member needs to be understanding the views of this community, the community that we're actually taking some steps forward on. So please be a little bit of patience, because I think a little bit of time will actually lead to a more meaningful outcome. And so I want to also acknowledge this organisation. Pat, I have noticed this year there's been a significant change in terms of recognising inclusion in Pride Month, and it's been a whole lot of activities happening within this organisation. I think it's fantastic, because that's actually role modelling, right from here in this organisation. But what I want to make sure is that all the elected members come on that journey as well. That actually it's not something just the staff are doing, it's something that actually we as the governors of this city actually stand side by side with our staff and demonstrate actively that this is something that we support. So I just want to put some context in there and say that is I think, always when you take these steps, first you have to think about who needs support. What are your messages? How do you make sure this is really authentic? And how does it create a platform to build and strengthen wellbeing in your community? And I think the ideas are absolutely fantastic. And now let's just add to those. I think that's where I want to take it. So I just wanted to sort of say that now in the Mayor's report. It's going to come up again in the status report. But I'm just letting you know what my thinking is. And I'm wanting to have some more conversations with you about that, because you may have some other ideas that you want to bring to that conversation. So just leaving that there today. Right, that's pretty much the Mayor's report. And you've got a question, Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, are councillors aware that Zen and Jasmine at Q Youth are very happy to talk with everyone about their support for the Pride Crossing. They've got officers up at Victory Square and spent a nice hour with them last week. They're really nice people. They'll make you a cup of tea, and they can, if you want to chat to them, they'd be keen to do that.
Yeah.
I've also encouraged them, Madam Mayor, to approach governance advisors about possibly making an appearance at public forum, but perhaps that could also be something that happens in a workshop situation. But they're very keen to talk to us.
And that's the really important step, so that when you're going to make, you're going to take roles here, that we understand that, with due respect to the infrastructure chair and GM, I'm sorry, in my mind, that ain't an infrastructure project. That's a much bigger social conversation. Yes, the assets are infrastructure, but I want to make sure every elected member here understands the experiences and has that ability to really sit down and have those conversations. So we'll get that organised. Councillor Bowater.
With your indulgence, I won't speak long on this, because it's actually a Mayor's report, and as we all understand, there's time, process and procedures to do and speak about these things. I think we need to be very mindful when we approach a group that are just, they're not vulnerable, they're an amazing great group of people, and I know that we're all enthusiastic in our support for them, but we need to be mindful and respectful of how we engage. So I have had some quiet conversations, and it's leading on to some potential contact time. I know that they're going to be having an open day, so I'm quite happy to share that information. And if there's anything anyone wants to speak to me or ask me about, as Deputy Chair of REC and Communication Services, I feel that it is my responsibility to be involved in this conversation as well. So if we could just acknowledge that and respect that, and I'm more than happy to
facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bywater. Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Kia ora. Just a question really. Having had plenty of conversations with that community and knowing that we've now set expectations, I totally understand where you're coming from in terms of bringing elected members along on the journey, but we've set a lot of anticipation. I saw it as Rachel Sanson sent me a little photo of someone saying that they couldn't wait to see the Pride crossing on the paper. So what is our timelines from here?
I haven't got the timelines at the moment because we need to just work through a bit of things and get the long-term plan out the door today. Has been my absolute priority for getting that done, but we'll certainly sit down and get that worked out over the next couple of weeks.
So in terms of we'll sort the timelines out over the next couple of weeks, or the timeline will be a couple of, I think this is something where it's, you know, already I've had people asking, where is it? When is it coming?
Yes, I know you will have had that, and what I've said to you is I can't give you that answer today, but I will come back to you on that. I need to have a chance to sit down and talk to Councillor Courtney and just in terms of just the coordination for City Centre and what we're going to be doing. But I think it's really important, and we'll make sure that we do it the right way and in an inclusive way. Okay, going to move.
So sorry, just in terms of coming back. So when do you anticipate that? I'll
give you a phone call or a text message as soon as I've got that organised, but I can't tell you today. I'm literally just been hanging on by my fingernails to try and get this long-term plan out the door, Councillor O'Neill Stevens. So, yep, it's certainly there. I've thought really carefully about this, and I want to make sure that we demonstrate absolutely the respect, the engagement, the authenticity, the understanding that this is a social message. It's a social message. But I move that we receive my report. I seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bywater. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. So status report. So any other questions? Just any questions on status report, whatever you want to call it. Flipping through pages 28. Nope. Okay, so Andrew's ready for that next item. So I'll just move we receive the status report, seconded by Councillor Skinner. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Andrew, hello. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. Now we're on the Saltwater Creek Bridge report, and Councillor Bywater has already signalled to me that she was a keen mover of this. Sorry, Councillor, but you can be a seconder.
I'll be happy to second it.
So
Yep.
sorry, no, Councillor Bywater was just, she was going, I want to move this, and Councillor Skinner's going to second that.
Yeah, happy to already received it.
All right.
I'll take it as received.
Very happy here.
Andrew, welcome. Any corrections or additions you need to make to the report?
No, the report as stands. It's really just a matter of transparency.
Yes, it is. I absolutely understand that. Any questions for Andrew? Councillor Noonan, when's it going?
Oh, the sanctuary are very keen to get this in as quickly as possible. So as soon as we get the word, they'll be into it.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Look, everyone's happy with that one. Councillor Bywater, you're the mover. You can. All right, I'll come to Councillor Bywater for the right to reply. Councillor Noonan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I mean, the bridge is the one that used to be across the Saltwater Creek and at the end of where the Taurapa is now. And I was a bit disappointed that it had to go, actually, but I absolutely love what's been replaced with. But it's great to see something that's been reused. This is one of our things that we want to do. And look, it is time it was removed from the arena, and we have a bit of a tidy up down there. So that's on my list of things to do too. So I think it's great that it's being reused by a community group.
Fantastic. Councillor Laurie.
I just want to say it's really nice to see Andrew again. Feels like it's been a while. That's all I want to say.
Have you paid your subs to the Andrew Fan Club? You must. I'm sure that the annual subscription must be due about now. Right, Councillor Bywater.
Thank you. Welcome back, Andrew. Great to see you. I'm actually
delighted with this. It's something that I've been passionate about since I've been here, is actually including and involving the community with the things that we do, which is obvious because we are here for the community. And one of the things I've wanted to do is for them to actually get involved with what we do instead of it just all us doing it too. And so I know the mailroom has been a passion, and that's actually been something that's actually the community's involved with as well. And they've actually come along and they're contributing, and people are actually involved in doing things with that as well. And I see this as a win-win as well, because this is going somewhere else, which of course I could imagine Councillor Fulton thinks is a pretty marvellous thing to be doing. And I know that the marina area is going to have one less thing in it, which is going to be great, because this is something that's going to go somewhere else. And I just think that it's an amazing thing to be able to gift it in a way, and for the Brook Sanctuary to receive this, because I think it's one thing for everyone. And I'm really pleased that this is where we can end. Well, it's been a lovely long day, and I know we've got some more things to do, but this is a good one. So I'm
really
quite happy
good one.
about this. So
Really
thank
good
you.
one. Thank you, councillor Bywater. I put the motion. All those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Andrew, thank you very much. That's a really good project, that one. Righty ho. We've now got public excluded business to do, so I think that's all of the public, Elaine, is it? Okay. Councillor Skinner's moved into public excluded, seconded by councillor Fulton. I'll put the motion. All those